We come alive.
Legends never die. Legends never die. Legends never die.
We come alive.
Legends never die. Legends never die. Legends never die.
We come alive. Tell them play this song. When you tell them to dream on. Cause we not afraid of a giant. Bring them back cause we sling stones. All these dollars and none of your monsters. Full throttle, I'm passing with monsters.
turn me up. Have no trouble leaving, but you're all that I know. Contra, giving up. Think you tell me enough, you tell me enough. Here to stay, I can feel it pulling me in the grip. Tie me up like me like a tidal wave. No matter what I say, it's too late to fight. There's a fire in my head. Wonder what I did for all of this Contra, turn me up. Love the thought of leaving, but you're all that I know. Contra, give me up. Think you tell me enough, you tell me enough. You think you tell me enough, you tell me enough.
Hello and welcome to Wine Country Sword Crush number 4. We're getting nice and warmed up. Rules were just announced, so we're about to get fencing in just a moment. Ted, when do you think we're getting started? 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Let's go with 5 minutes. Now, for the time being, we've just got fencers loitering around, but it looks like our first match is about to start. Now, we don't have our camera on it just yet. Let's get our camera situated. Oh, never mind. I lied.
We're gonna do this ring because it's the one in front of us.
We're only 3 minutes in. I'm already lying to the audience directly. Wow. Anyway, as I just said, we're about to get started. Nothing really to say right now, except hello and welcome. It's good to be back. It's been a while since I've been on the microphone. I've got a brand new, you can't see it right now, but I've got a brand new pink microphone, which I would like to be using without a nasally voice. But unfortunately, I was just sick, so you're going to have to bear with it for the rest of the stream. Now it would seem that the tournament is officially starting. We've got 2 fencers. I don't know their names. Getting ready to fence in ring 3.
Robin, you can only do like two cables at a time, 2 to 3.
Now, currently, the situation's, I'm going to level with you, a little chaotic. We're still getting things set up. Ted's slaving away at the gaffer tape. If you wouldn't mind giving me a second, I got to pull up the stream on my mobile communication device. Let me pull this up. Hold on. HFN stream. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Historical fencing network. Let me see what's being said. There we go. I got it pulled up. There we go. Oh, it looks like we've already got a match going. I didn't even notice. Judges aren't even mic'd up. They didn't even let us know. Oh, actually, I think the director is mic'd up. I just can't hear him. Now, Ted, who's usually supposed to be our tech guy, our man in the chair, is off working with cables right now. So, unfortunately, I can't hear the director. This fencing is just going to be a little ambience. And honestly, this is a good match. Oh. Beautiful bend in the blade right there. Oh. And there was no blade contact on that thrust. Yet, nice and clean. Thanks to a well-timed step off. You know, that's something I would like to see a little bit more in Rapier. Attacks being made with footwork as opposed to blade work. It always looks very pretty to me. As much as I love some nice clean blade work, I feel like Rapier is fenced half with the feet. Maybe even solid 60%. 65 maybe? Anyway, our famous Ted Elser is back in the tech seat. Thank God. it looks like the judges waving off that last exchange. Oh. Yep. That looks like thrust to upper opening. Yep, that's what the judges are saying.
Is that as zoomed out as it can be?
Oh, hold on. This match is right in front of me. I thought this was off to my left.
No, this is the one right in front of you.
Turns out I'm a little blind.
All right, sorry. Who is up? Hillary and Christopher. Is that who's?
Now, stepping up to fence. Sorry, folks. Currently not in the know on the fencers' names. These first couple matches might just be a little fencing ambience. Let's get us warmed up. Now, if you like fencing ambience, you like just watching a little fencing or watching your own fencing, we've now got a Patreon up and running that'll let you see others and your own fencing at any tournament that the HFN is streaming. Isn't that cool? Isn't that wonderful? Such a beautiful thing. See, I've always had the problem of never recording my matches. I never record my matches. As much as I'd like to, I never record them. But now I don't have to. Because I've got a free Patreon subscription. That's the perks of being behind the microphone. Anyway, back to fencing. Got a little distracted there for a second.
This one needs to go that direction. And camera
Had to preach a product. That looked like it made contact, but I don't think the judges either liked it or maybe just didn't see it. It did look like it went just above the head.
bring it down more.
Now, what do the judges have to say? Frankly, I don't quite know what they're saying, but it looks like
Okay, and then
they saw an action that I didn't.
rotate left. A little bit more. Right there.
We've got somebody in the chat saying, according to Sword Stem, rapier fencing is officially 62.5% footwork. I got pretty close. I said 60, 65. That's a pretty good guess. Like if I got that on GeoGuessr, that close by percentile, that'd be pretty good. Yeah? Anyway, enough hyping myself up. Ooh. So they both rushed in there, right? We all saw it. I'm not sure that there was a scoring action in there, though there was a self-call. I think that's what they're going with. But that looked
Sorry, Peter.
like a really deep bind to me.
I think it's the.
I don't think I saw anything there.
I don't see.
Now, it should be mentioned, something important that was mentioned during the rules portion at the very beginning. We just missed it. Or at least I just missed it. Cuts in this tournament to the chest. I'm not sure if that counts as shoulder. I'm not sure if shoulder is also chest, but cuts to chest do not count for any points at all. So, any of these cuts that are landing to the chest are only going to stop the exchange. Cuts to chest are still stopping the exchange, but not scoring points. You know, I've talked to some people, they like this rule a lot, apparently, but honestly, I'm not sure if I like it. If you get a nice, clean cut,
So we need to adjust.
I'm not sure if that should be worth nothing.
We need to look at the wiring on port 6.
Now, speaking of, that kind of looked like cut to arm to me. Oh. Apparently, to judges, it looked like cut to head. Same difference. And that's the end of the match. Now we're still in the fencing ambience stage, so I can't tell you who won. But I think our fencer on the left won that. If I had to guess. Don't quote me on that. Just a little guess. Sorry. Still a little sniffly. That's my fault. I'll try and lean away from the microphone when I sniffle. I think I've still got a cold. It's terrible. Anyway, we're getting back to fencing. Camera's being adjusted. But isn't that angle nice? It's worth it. You know what isn't nice? The judge in the way. No longer in the way. That's good. And I'm not sure. Yep. That was a cut to chest. Like I said, at least 8 times 10 seconds ago. Those do not count for anything, but they do end the exchange.
Yeah, we need to figure out how to speed up the workflow on getting cameras set up because I need.
Bolroga in the chat says, "Oh no, I hate that. Hate it when that happens." They're talking about finding fencing videos, and then you have to find your opponent and hope they took video, and we'll share. Again, let me shill for a second, because capitalism. Subscribe to our Patreon. Free fencing footage of you and your buddies, so you can tell your buddies that they suck at fencing and that they should quit the sport. You can highlight it, like John Madden, where they mess up. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Who's in right now? What match are we watching? Who is this? Sorry, is this Hillary and Reed?
It looks like our fencer on the right, fencer in,
That's P2.
I believe that's an intentional red armband from the tournament. I don't think that's a style choice. I think I'm going to call him red fencer for now, until I know if that's true. Red fencer, just called thrust to arm, and again, I'm not sure if that landed sufficiently. Do not. I don't have the best angle, but I'm starting to see some slightly hasty self-calls, which tends to happen with Rapier. But I feel like the judges are there for a reason. Not to judge. Self-calling is good. You should self-call. But the judges didn't call it, and it was visible. It's pools, man. Let it keep going. Anyway. That was called as white point with afterblow. I believe that was a 1-point score. Now, it would seem that these fencers are rather cut-oriented. I'm interested to know what tradition they hail from. Where do they come from? Are they Italians? They're very cutty Italians.
Okay, now it's working.
They seem to be taking this very carefully now. They just had a very, that was a pretty clean cut to arm. As I was saying, They had a pretty long exchange there of failed cuts and thrusts. Some out of measure, some parried. Followed by a moment of silence. It seems like they're carrying that attitude into the next exchange. Both fencers seem a little less eager to get into the center.
Well, I screwed up something else now.
Now. Yeah, that looks like deep target for white fencer. Oh, looks like we've got a little technical difficulty. We're playing with the wires a little bit. It's early in the tournament. Honestly, some of us are still waking up. According to Ted, Ted's trying to do too many things at once. We're sorry. Though thankfully, I think we started cutting out at the end of that match, after the match was done. So we didn't miss anything. No harm, no foul. Can't blame us. Anyway, looks like our fencers are prepping for their next match. Bro cannot get his mask on. Oh, there we go. There we go. You know what? I'm loving this kilt.
Okay, if you undo the back and...
This fashion is killing.
So I'm thinking it might be the connection on the 18 side or the cable. From DNC.
So I believe our
And I have plenty of those.
white fencer
Can't play around with that right now because I'm going to lose
goes by the name of Reed.
the rest of the cable.
That's what I got for now.
All right, well, we're just going to be down.
For fencing info, that's what I got. Again, we apologize for the occasional flicker. This should not happen for the rest of the stream. We're doing a little adjusting. Getting our stuff together. See, you can tell it's early in the stream because I'm just yapping through exchanges. Oh, that was beautiful. Immediate bind, immediate thrust. You know, something I don't see enough at rapier tournaments is a complete lockout on a blade. People are way too eager to get unsafe thrusts. And it's nice when people play by the rules. No, but seriously, that kilt is cool. Maybe I should start wearing a kilt. Maybe it's kilt time for the Rat King. Got a pink and black one. Looks like we're just standing around. Tables. Doing table stuff. Oh, okay, now we're fencing. Never mind. This pool seems to be very cut-oriented. Despite the cut orientation, a lot of thrusts are landing. It seems like the only actions that are landing are thrusts so far. And yet, so many cut. And for why? Just skip to the thrust. So I'm being too judgmental already. I can't judge people's fencing. I cut too much anyway. In rapier, who am I to say that you shouldn't be doing cuts 24/7, even if they don't land? Now it looks like Robin is joining the conversation team.
Hello there.
Hello, Robin.
We finally got everything set up in terms of the gaffer tape, anyway.
I hope so. That gaffer tape looks good. We just got a gaffer gun. We don't have to crawl on the floor for the gaffer tape anymore. Tape anymore?
Well, I mean,
great.
we still had to do some crawling. But.
Yeah, well,
Ooh, that was a
there's
stab.
always going to be some crawling involved.
Nice kilt.
That's what I said.
What clan color is that?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
But I like it. I like whatever clan color that is.
Someone in the comments, please tell us.
Very gentle blue. Anyway, I feel like this match has been going on for a
slash.
long time.
Look like a crossbody? Maybe a very light slash?
From where I'm sitting / standing, that looked like cut to arm. Don't quote me. Okay, it doesn't look like there was a call there.
Okay, what? That was camera 3?
So I think you're right. I think that was cut to body.
If it was very tippy. Oop, I saw a bend. No exchange. All right.
It looks like both fencers.
Ooh. That
Ooh.
looked like a strong shot to the head to me.
Youch. It looks like white fencer took it in strides, though. Stride? Strides?
In stride, yeah.
In stride. Okay. One stride. I'm always afraid that I'll mess up an idiom like that.
Oh, no, they just turn it into a Malafor. Those are the best things.
You ever say, I'm taking this for granite?
Oh, God, all the time. I'm a geologist. That's an old one.
Comical.
My favorite one is, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
That's a good one. I love using that one.
Or, you've dug your grave, now lie in it.
What? What's that originally? What?
Well, it's a mix-up of you've dug your own grave and you've made your bed, now lie in it.
Oh.
But it's
Oh, I didn't even realize that was a compound idiom.
yeah, it's so good.
That is so good. I'm going to write that one down. Proverbially. I don't write anything down. I don't know how to read.
Ooh, that could be a problem for you.
That's why I'm talking into a microphone instead of writing down on, I don't know, what do people write with nowadays? Paper?
Still use paper, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
All right, who have we got
Maybe
lined up for this
we were
ring?
using AI paper.
Oh, God, don't get me started on AI.
And its advancements in paper technology. This is a great bit. Truly awesome comedy.
Yeah, I'll just wait for another tech bro to reinvent paper, just like they're trying to reinvent trains.
Currently, I'm waiting for another exchange.
It's-
And there we
it's-
go.
Yeah, it's looking like we've got a new competitor here.
Well, maybe for you. For me, this is a quite regular competitor.
Well, the,
Completely unrelated. Sorry, I just cut you off.
No, I think it's the white fencer is new in this ring. Red fencer's the same.
Something I noticed, that mask paint, if you get an opportunity to see it, is wonderful. Big blooming rose on the front.
Ooh, yeah, I like the look of that.
I don't know. Camera's facing away from it. Maybe we'll see it soon. Maybe she'll face away the whole time.
There we go.
There we go.
That's a nice angle.
Oh. That looks like a double? Question mark.
I saw a hit to the torso,
I saw it too.
but then it sort of became passe.
They paused too. It kind of read as a double. Like, if I couldn't see it at all, If I had a completely terrible angle, I would say that was a double. But then again, I don't know. See what the judges called it as?
That was a nice cut.
That was a nice cut. Judges are debating where that cut landed.
Head or torso?
From where I'm sitting, definitely head.
I don't know. I saw it kind of across the neck area.
Now, I'm not entirely certain if the neck connecting to shoulder area is supposed to be head or torso. That distinction is very important,
Ooh, lost a
especially
tip.
with this rule set. Oh, we did lose a tip. Where is that tip?
Looks like they got it.
Oh, sweet.
Safety first, everyone. I did see a shot under the arm before that. Not sure if that was washed.
It may not have been called.
Ooh, that was a cut.
I'm not sure if that landed. It looks like the judges saw it land to leg.
My eyes clearly need to be fine-tuned.
Now, I am known to be pretty hard of sight, but that did not look like leg.
Just for reference, where does the line between torso and leg start? Is it the waist?
I believe it starts at the thigh and hip. The connection between the thigh and hip.
Beneath the family jewels, as it were.
Yes. Yes. This, exactly. Also, again, so many cuts. So many cuts. And for such a cut negligent rule set. This rule set does not like cut-centric fencing, and yet this pool is insistent on cutting 24/7.
Oh, I did see a thrust there, though.
There was a thrust. There's been thrusts, and
Yes,
that
but this
seems to
one
be what's
actually
landed.
landed.
Yes, that's right. Lovely.
Is that match red, it looks like.
So it would seem. Still don't have the scores up. I can't tell. But. Oh. Okay. Once again, I have lied. Folks at home can see it. I can't. So
Well, that's not very convenient.
I'm not going to make any judgments on score from now on, because
Well, you could
It's not my
simply
job.
turn your eyes
Nope.
slightly to the left.
not going to
I
happen.
believe that is possible for you to do. It's
possible.
Physically speaking.
Oh, that is a good idea. Hold on.
All right, being very
There we
cautious
go.
here. Oh, lots of movement.
What?
Oh.
What?
Did he step out of the ring?
It doesn't look like it.
They're resetting.
Okay. The judges clearly know things that we do not. Oh,
Ooh.
now it looked like that made contact, but I didn't see any positive pressure. But
I did see a bend.
You did see a bend. You did see a bend. Okay.
That's usually a telltale sign that somebody has made contact.
Well, whether or not the judges thought that that thrust was good enough to be scored, that cut to leg was definitely good enough. Nice full sweeping cut. Now, once again,
Testing each other's defenses. I like it. Ooh, I heard that.
Now, it would seem that red fencer is a little cautious of taking advances while white fencer is in that low guard. My friend has fenced far too many tigers. Though it would seem that he's starting to be able to draw him out of that position.
Is that an arm shot?
Potentially. I don't know. Was it?
I did not see a point called, so. Ooh, that's a much better angle. Thank you. That's a good defense from white fencer there.
It looks like most of the probing is being done with cuts, which feels a little unusual to me. Maybe not in tournament, but if I did that back home, I feel like people would give me funny looks.
People always give you funny looks.
People do always give me funny looks. That's true. That's a, oh my God, you can see me in the camera, and you can see my nice new microphone, my pink stand,
Oh!
my pink microphone.
No,
Awesome.
This camera here. Yeah.
I love this thing. That is the end of this pool.
All right, so we're switching pools now.
Switching pools.
Ah, hey, it's Honey Badger.
Oh, that's loud.
Sorry, did I burst anyone's eardrums there?
Now,
Just to everybody for the loud noises there.
sorry for the loud noises. Again, early in the stream. Still getting things figured out. It's different at every location. Our fault. But anyway, Alec Villanueva is fencing in red. His opponent is someone that I do not recognize.
As you can see from his mask, he is. Ooh, that was a good stab.
That was a good stab. Alec is known to be a quite competent stabist. Rapier is his primary weapon.
And as you can see by his mask, he's affectionately referred to as the Honey Badger for multiple reasons. Some of which you can guess.
Right. Yeah. I feel like it's pretty apparent why he's called that, but also he loves to get nice and deep into measure. That's the end of the match.
Trying to see who won there. Not seeing an indication from the judge from over here. They are all the way across the room.
Oh, no, I recognize that fencer. I'm just a little blind.
A little?
A little. I gotta be honest, with some of these fencers dressed in all black with a generic unpainted fencing mask,
Black is a very popular color among fencers.
it's hard to tell between some of them sometimes.
True, very true. I do appreciate when they add patches and or stripes, other identifying features.
Makes it so much easier. Infinitely easier. Now, speaking of, we've got two very intricately dressed individuals getting ready to fence. You'll see white fencer in a second.
sporting both a tail and some ears.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, I've seen this fencer before at previous tournaments. The ears and tail is always consistent. Always wearing those. Honestly, it's a nice touch. Very identifiable.
Commitment to the bit is appreciated.
Now that looked like Meyer to me. That pull into Wrath. Oh,
But it looks like it did not work. I think that was a cut to torso.
that was a gorgeous exchange. That exchange, slightly less gorgeous, looked like a double to me. But that is not what the judges saw.
Whoop, whoop. Hold on. There we go.
Now,
Another double.
if you had to guess, what tradition do you think White Fencer is fencing out of?
I might say Italian.
Italian's the safe bet. But I'm seeing
There's a lot of sort of linear alignment there. Very Italian.
I'm seeing some Spanish in there.
There are some cuts, I will admit.
And I do believe I'm seeing some atajos. I believe that's what it's called.
I think I saw a stab there.
I hope so. This is Rapier. I'd be a little upset if I didn't see thrust. Oh!
Ooh, beautiful. Love to see that bend. That was a very deep thrust.
Straight down the center, too.
Looked like it was just beneath the gorget there, which is perfect location.
Now, that cut definitely landed to chest. Hold was called really late on that.
It looked like the white fencer continued, and red fencer called that. They didn't see it. Maybe it was a self-call.
And again, doesn't matter. Cut to chest, non-scoring. But it is exchange ending. Ooh.
That was an excellent deflection with the offhand.
Now that grapple didn't quite end as intended. I almost saw some bend there with that attempted thrust to torso in the grapple, but it looks like the hit that landed and that ended the match was a nice cut to head. Seems to be a consistent theme. Lots and lots of cutting. For that match, not necessarily quite as much, but it does seem to be a running theme. Maybe we're seeing the emergence of a new local meta. But then again, maybe I'm seeing ghosts.
We shall see as the day progresses.
That we will.
Is that a magical cat running by you there, Ronan?
Uh-huh. I had to fill the time somehow. I'm bored. Match hasn't started yet. I've got nothing to look at.
There are 3 other pools to look at.
Yeah, but that's not on the camera. Camera's all I care about.
Ronan's got his horse blinders on.
Oh, yeah. Always. Yawn. There we go. Fencing has begun.
That looked like a stab from white to red.
An enthusiastic start. Going straight for it. No play in the bind. Nothing. Actually, I take that back. There was a little probing. But mostly, they just went in for it. All right, we're back to waiting around.
Judges
Mr.
appear to be debating off to the side.
Mr. Chandler Brown, the judge, is talking to the table. About what? I don't know. Lunch, maybe. Anyway,
Was that a small cut to leg?
that looks like a cut to leg. And I don't think the judges think it's quite so small. At least, it was big enough for a point. That looks like another cut to leg. That one I actually saw.
There seemed to be a simultaneous exchange there, but perhaps one landed and one didn't.
Maybe. Maybe. And there they go.
Ooh, that was a beautifully clean thrust.
With no opposition. Performed with absolute impunity. Just like that thrust. Cut to leg. From white to red.
Revenge.
Something tells me these two are going to kneecap each other again. Yep, there we go.
Oh, there it was.
Called it. That was a good cut, though. Well timed.
Very fast. Ooh.
Ooh. These two do not seem to like wasting time. It's all business in ring 3.
Ring out, but I did see a thrust which pushed him out.
Okay. This is Maeve Walls versus Matthew Lawrence. I finally looked to my left to see who was fencing.
Ah, yay!
I didn't even know my neck could go that way.
Incredible. Learning new things every day.
Don't patronize me.
I'll patronize you if I want.
I really can't stop you. But apparently, the table can stop us from talking.
And that is match.
That was a double out.
They seem to be quite equally matched, so makes sense.
It was a good match, though.
Very
I
fun
really
to watch.
liked that match, but ends in a double out. Not going to be good for their pool placing.
Let's see, you have to double 3 times to double out, correct?
I believe so. Ted, is that true? You got to, yep, 3 times. And you're out. You're double out. God, I'm funny.
So hilarious. that you have to say it out loud.
Now, while we have a moment in between bouts, let's give a nod to one of our sponsors, Black Oak Builders, proudly serving Sonoma County and North Bay. Not only do they bring unparalleled craftsmanship to custom homes, remodels, and outdoor living spaces, but today they're also sponsoring the refreshments table here at Wine Country Sword Crush. Their support is helping to keep everyone here at the event refreshed and energized. Huge thanks to Black Oak Builders for sponsoring the table. Discover more at blackoakbuilders.com, where your vision meets your expertise.
Meets their expertise, I believe.
That's a brand new ad read. Brand new. See, we're making advancements in our streaming technology.
We are slowly approaching the rest of YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Now, here's the thing about this outfit. Just like my poofy pants. Sorry, I think that was thrust to chest, white to red, yes? What's the call on that?
I did not see the call there.
That looks like that's 1 point for Matthew Lawrence. Matthew Lawrence's opponent
Ooh,
is
that was another thrust.
Shannon. Funny last name that I can't pronounce. It's not funny. It's a very serious last name that I also can't pronounce. Anyway, wearing a very poofy jacket that I'm a big fan of, but it might end up costing Shannon a little bit because judges tend to occasionally call that poofiness as flesh. If it touches it,
Larger target.
larger target. I've had the same trouble with my fencing pants. Any contact with that fabric that's got a little bit of positive pressure is going to be called as a valid thrust. And honestly, I feel like Shannon's old gear might be a little bit more apt to the rapier experience. Or maybe it's just a display of confidence.
Oh, wow. What a grapple.
Speaking of a display of confidence, that grapple was crazy. We should have seen a throw there.
Those are always fun.
Throws are always fun. And last tournament I was at, we saw a beautiful throw from Shannon. Go and check that out. I believe that was at Battleborn. Shannon seems to be quite the grapple artist, and Shannon's back at it again. That was a great grapple. Did you see that?
That ended in a stab?
That did end indeed in a stab, but I'm more concerned with the prior to the end. There was so much stab avoiding that happened. It was very pretty.
Good work from both of the fencers.
Very enthusiastic about that exchange. And now, of course, the judges got a yap about it. There we go, back to it. It looks like going in for that grapple is no longer the move. Red fencer is catching up.
Match red.
Match red.
I believe those sleeves, by the way, are from, might be referred to as Henrician, from the era of King Henry.
I see. I did not know that.
Prior to the Elizabethan era, which is what everyone associates with the Renaissance. Either way, very fashionable.
I really do need to be reading up on my fashion history.
It's the end goal.
Truly. Nobody here actually likes fencing. We just like putting on outfits. This is technically a fashion show.
And some of the pants are very, very fashionable.
We're actually making up the rules as we go. None of this is real. This tournament is AI generated.
Oh my God, there's a dog in the stand.
There is a dog in this. I wish we could look at it, but unfortunately, we've got some fencing to look at, and it looks like that looked like a cut followed by a thrust, but if I had to assume, the only thing being called is that cut.
No, wait, Ronan, you can see the dog.
Oh, you can see the dog. Don't look at the dog, look at the fencing.
But the dog, Ronan.
The fencing's really pretty right now. This is very exciting fencing. Anyway, yes, that cut was the only thing that was called. It is 0-1. Shannon versus Forever. Which is kind of a cool name. Forever?
Goodness, what were their parents thinking?
It does look like Forever has taken up and at least, I would say, Meyer-inspired style. I wouldn't quite call it pure Meyer, but it's definitely Meyer in style. I've been informed that Forever is a Meyerist.
That is something you don't see very often.
You know what? I think I haven't seen another Meyerist fencing in a very Meyer-dominant style outside of myself in tournament before. And honestly, I am very pleased with this.
Their form is quite excellent. They get in very close.
Oh, yeah. Partially, I think that's Shannon's insistence on being very close. It does seem like Shannon excels at that measure.
I thought I saw a cut across the neck there, but there was a lot going on in that grapple.
I'm not sure the judges are going to call that. It would seem that Forever has figured out how to capitalize on Shannon always moving forward.
Let your opponent run into your blade.
Forever is now tending to rotate to the outside of the ring as opposed to stepping directly in to avoid that grapple. Currently not 100% working out. We'll see if it happens again.
I did see a brief cut to head. Believe that's what the
Yep.
judges are calling. Yep, yep.
Judges do seem to concur. Current score is Shannon 3, Forever 4. Oh,
That was a long
was a-
series of hits, not quite hits. I saw a cut to leg, but also a cut to head.
that was a beautiful cut to head.
Was that
That-
a double?
That looks like a double to me.
It was a good
Yep.
horizontal cut, though, from the Meyerist here.
Good cut. Double exchange. Current score is Shannon 3, Forever 5. Forever 6. Now, I'm not entirely certain what the first call to action there is. I believe it's going to be a slice to upper opening. Upper opening being head in this instance.
Match red.
Match red.
Good job, Forever. Truly a pleasure to watch.
Now it looks like Forever is up again.
I do believe she gets at least 60 seconds of a break.
Yeah. I think. If I had to guess. Though, I am a bit bored. I need some blood. Now, this break in the action is brought to you by Jesse Belsky Stage Swords, the name behind some of the finest stage and stunt weapons in the business. Jesse's blades are trusted by performers, fight choreographers, and historical fencers around the world. Hand-forged with precision, balanced for performance, and designed to withstand the rigors of real movement. These swords aren't just props, they're partners in storytelling. Check out the Armory at jessebelsky.com/stage swords, where craftsmanship meets combat. And with that, our match has finally begun. After long last,
Looks like Matthew is back in the ring with Forever.
yes, that is Matthew Lawrence versus Forever Peru.
Cut to leg there, I believe. White fencer scores, yes. That was another stab.
From who to who? Sorry, I was looking at the screen. Current score is
I think that
2-0.
was point White. Point
4.
Matthew.
0 now in favor of Matthew.
Ooh, trying to deflect that point and move in. That looked like a double.
That looked like a double. Though, I do think that the points might be deductive. So that might be a win for Forever.
That was
What?
a nice deep lunge.
That was pretty cut and dry. Feel like I knew what happened there. Nice clean thrust. Really,
And that is
No.
match white.
oh, it's already over. Match white.
My goodness. What a difference from the last round.
Now, now we got our. Oh, hold on. Where's our red fencer? We've got our white fencer. You can't quite see him, but we've got our white fencer. Oh, Shannon's our red fencer. There we go. All right. Ooh.
That was a pretty solid hit, but there was also a cut to leg.
Now, currently, I'm not entirely sure what the score is.
Well, that's point white fencer. Not sure how many, but
1, I would guess.
that looked like a point for Shannon.
Shannon just waved at the camera, it would seem, but that was the wrong camera. Oops.
I think she might have been waving at us, Ronan.
Oh, good. I'm worth being waved at. Oh. Nice. Nice.
Point red?
Point red.
Going into this with a lot of energy. My goodness.
That they are indeed. It looks like that's going to be point for white fencer.
I heard a no exchange.
Really? No.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty clean thrust to me. But oh, that was a cut to upper opening? Arm.
I'm not sure if I can concur on that one. That looked a little iffy to me. Both fencers taking it a little bit slower.
I think that was a cut to head.
You think? I can hear that bucket from a mile away.
Ring that bell.
Those helmets are so loud.
It can occasionally be a little more obvious when you hit some of the hard plastic armor that we wear rather than the soft gambeson or padded fencing jacket.
Though, I can't say I dislike the shift towards a plated helmet. I think it makes judging easier.
Certainly, certainly. And of course, anything that makes our job easier, you have to perform. Shannon there admitting she would have died.
Though I'm not. Oh, yeah, that was point white fencer. I don't know why I thought that might have been a double. Again, I am blind. There's that.
Looking like a debate between which hit first.
Unfortunately, it would seem that the scoreboard is not up to date. We apologize a little bit.
Ooh.
Oh.
I don't think I saw a clean cut or thrust there, but there was a lot of action.
I definitely saw that point stick at the very end from white to red, but I'm not sure if the exchange ended before that. What do you think on that?
I would guess the white fencer? Not sure.
Guess we'll never know.
Typically, the judge calls it, and I can hear it, or at least see it from here, but nothing this time.
Again, unfortunately, we don't have an up-to-date scoreboard. So for this match, we'll just have to stay wondering.
While you're waiting, you can admire the dog in the background. He's very tiny, sitting in this nice gentleman's lap. Quite adorable.
Okay. That looks to be the end of this pool.
So hopefully we'll be shifting to one of the other three pools, which all look active.
Now, Ted is not currently in the tech seat, so we might just stay here and wait for the next pool. In the meantime, I'm going to keep yapping. Oh. There we go.
Was that pool 4?
Now we get to watch Andy Huang fence in red, and his opponent, somebody that I have not met yet.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is his nickname Galachad?
Yep. that happens to be his nickname. Why Galachad specifically, I don't know. I wouldn't describe the guy as a Chad.
Far from it.
Far from it. Far from it.
I believe he was shooting for irony. In any case, I believe he does have his own YouTube channel.
He does. I know that. He does have his own YouTube channel. He posts poorly edited fencing clips of him fencing in a comedic fashion.
Ooh, shots fired.
It's not insulting if it's true. Now he's waving at us, and I feel bad.
He is currently not framed in camera, but we appreciate his wave.
He's not in camera, but he's being very polite right now.
Ah, there we go.
I feel bad for making fun of him.
Ooh, showing off a little bit of thigh there. And I believe that was a cut to leg.
No, really.
Sorry for stating the obvious. That is what we're supposed to do here because it's not so obvious to some of the people watching.
Andy is a big fan of the leg cut. I will be expecting a lot of those from here on out. But it does look like Peter wants to switch us over to pull 3 again. So we got to say goodbye to Andy. If you want to see the rest of Andy's match, you can go to our Patreon, pay for it, and watch all of his matches.
We will be uploading all content from all pools once the tournament is finished. We can only do so much, folks.
Now it looks like he's in new fencing attire, but by the way, he does his little celebration dance at the end of his exchange. I gotta say, that is Sawyer Fresky fencing somebody else. Now Sawyer is a very, very skilled rapierist.
I have seen Sawyer multiple times throughout multiple years.
He's hard to miss. Oh!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
I don't blame him. I would want a piece of that thigh too.
Wow! Wow! Okay.
Look at those thighs.
That was funny. Anyway.
That looked like a good, nice thrust. Thrust to torso.
That thrust between the legs was very Sawyer. If you can't tell, guy's a foilist. So expect some of that foil stuff.
Just that easy.
Another good stab.
And as you can tell by his walk back, Sawyer takes this very seriously. He's holding an $1,000 rapier.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Sawyer has a background in Olympic fencing.
He does. That's what foil is.
Just making sure. I did ask you to correct me.
I'm sorry.
You could have said yes.
My fault. Yeah.
Yes, you were correct.
You are correct. That is Olympic fencing. My fault. I can't help myself sometimes.
You are the Rat King.
It's in my nature.
Mockery is your game.
Hold on. I'm going to get an interview. Sawyer! Get on this third mic.
Hello, interwebs.
Sawyer, how are you feeling about this tournament? How do you feel about your prospects here?
I feel very, very good. I'm on 4 hours of sleep, and I had prom last night.
Wow,
Okay.
bravo.
I had a white monster. I had half a bag of Nerds Clusters. I am locked in. I feel very, very good.
That sounds like what I do every
I feel
morning.
a little bit manic, too.
Okay. Okay, that's always a good sign.
Yes,
You might
always.
want to consider getting some protein in your system.
No.
No.
No,
What are you talking about?
Fair enough. You are the professional here.
Yes.
Where do you go once you've reached the top?
I don't know. I quit.
Anyway, that was that was Sawyer Fresky for you. Get out of here, please.
Thank you, sir.
Please step away from the mic. Anyway, we got two new fencers, Paul Barolette and Scott Lipsick.
We have a comment here. Someone asking us to say that Sawyer sucks. Not sure that's true.
I'll
but
say that for free.
There must be an inside joke here that I am missing.
Well, it didn't come out of my mouth.
Don't at me, whoever you are.
Don't at me.
Oh, that was a nice little boop on the head. You see it? Just boop. Like a little fairy wand.
That was a good descriptor. That was just a little boop on the head. And that boop is still worth 1 point.
Another furious exchange here. Hold was called. Not sure if that thrust landed before hold was called.
It looks like our judge didn't see that exchange either. Ugh.
You doing all
Ugh.
right there?
Yep, sorry, I got a burp stuck in my throat for a second. That was awful. But anyway, we don't have the points on screen for some reason, but that's probably because of our software. It's not our software. Team is scorecard. Blame them, not us.
Ooh, I did see a nice bend there. I think that was a thrust to torso.
I would hope so. I would hope so.
Ted's back. Maybe he can update our scoring
Yeah,
system
maybe
here.
he's got it. We'll see. Oh! That was pretty direct. And I'm not entirely sure if that sweep with the hand actually made contact with his blade, but he went for the thrust anyway and landed it.
That was a cut to arm because the arm was in the way of the head.
By the way, 1 point. I'm not sure why he felt the need to protect his head with his arm, if they're both worth the same, but oh.
Well, instinct will tell you to protect your head.
Oh, there we go. Current score, 4-5 in favor of Scott.
White fencer just froze there. Match red.
Match red. That cod piece always confuses me.
Is it a mask?
It's a mask. It's a face. I think it's a little silly.
Just a little bit. Although
It's a-
I have seen sillier.
I've seen much sillier. Actually, hold on. I've only seen a little sillier. But, silly nonetheless.
It's curious. Making the cod piece in the shape of a face makes me want to hit it more.
Right? It's right there.
It's an excellent target.
Does that count as cut to head? Anyway, we've got Michael French versus Scott Lipsick. Michael French, in case you couldn't tell already, is a big guy. He's
got-
tall.
He's got quite a few inches on our red fencer here.
I stand at 6'3", and I still believe Michael French is taller than me.
Incredible.
Truly. Anyway, point being, his opponent's probably going to have a hard time dealing with his reach. And I feel like that point was very apparent in that last exchange.
Very clear.
He's taking thrusts without ever having to bind. He doesn't have to. He's out of range.
He's also surprisingly quick for his size. You'd think he'd move a little bit slower being that tall, but folks, he does not.
Does not seem to slow him down one bit. Now, current score is Michael French 4, Scott Lipsig 1.
Is that a cut to head or no exchange?
We'll see. It looks like the call is turning out to be red, cut to arm. Cut to arm in favor of red. Sorry. Gotta be clear. Anyway. We got somebody in the chat saying, go Andy. Ban that guy, please. Anyway. We're getting back to it. I don't know what the delay was. I'm sure they were yapping with the table.
That was a nice deep thrust.
That it was. It was a nice deep thrust.
I believe the delay earlier was Michael perhaps self-calling or attempting to be quite honorable. He does have that habit. He's a wonderful fencer to go up against.
He is. He is. Current score is 5-3 in favor of Michael French. That call is white, deep target, winning the match for Michael French.
Bravo.
So, next match, it would seem, will be Michael French versus Sawyer Fresky.
Ooh, I'm excited for this. We get front row seats.
Who do you got your money on?
I feel Sawyer has the experience, but Michael French just has that reach.
I gotta say,
Reach is hard to beat.
I think Sawyer's taking this one. Now, I love Michael. Michael's a great guy. I think Sawyer's got this one in the bag, though.
Sawyer has been,
Yep.
yep,
Yep.
quite undefeated. Sawyer typically takes a medal home at the end of each tournament that I've seen him at.
He does. He does.
Going to be hard to beat.
Unfortunately, he does.
I'm sensing some frustration there in your voice.
Could be me, but it isn't. Anyway. Oh.
Was that a thrust to body, not thrust to arm? That was a self-call? No?
There was a self-call there, but it doesn't look like the judges really buy it. Not buy it, but you know what I mean. Judges don't agree. That looks like it's a deep target for Michael French.
Ooh, heard that. Cut to head? I heard a bap.
Yeah, that sounded like cut to head. And I'm pretty sure I saw it. Saw it? Wow. Me speaks real good.
So good.
So good. The best. Now,
A lot of probing actions, and again, cut to head. Sawyer is running away with this.
that might be. Never mind. I was going to say that might be the end of the match, but I don't think so.
Not sure what the judges are debating there.
Yeah, it seemed pretty cut and dry.
Are they washing the exchange? They claiming it's a double?
No. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the Historical Fencing Network.
To see more of these wonderful matches. My goodness. That was a beautiful thrust.
Michael French currently has 2 points to Sawyer Fresky's 5.
Saw a thrust to arm there out of the side.
From who? Sorry, I wasn't looking.
Of course you weren't. I'm pretty sure that was a thrust to arm from Sawyer to Michael French. And it looks like match red. Sawyer wins. You were correct, Ronan.
Thank you. Thank you.
It seems as though technique will beat reach.
So when are we going to start sports gambling on this sport? Sports gambling when? Sawyer. Sawyer's looking off to the camera, but little does he know that that's the wrong camera. Sawyer may be a good fencer, but he might not be the brightest.
Excellent deflection there.
Excellent. Truly. He's really accurate with that offhand. It kind of scares me.
One can only imagine what he would do with a dagger in the offhand.
Actually.
Ooh!
Oh,
That was unusual.
how peculiar.
Even the judges are smiling.
Had to pull out some dagger for that one. That looks like
Cut to head.
cut to head. Current score is Scott 1, Sawyer 1, or at least that's what the scoreboard says.
I would say he's got at least 1 or 2 more points. Considering those
Ah.
two.
Just updated.
I
Scott
was right.
1, Sawyer 3. Oh,
Really sank into that lunge. I like that.
good thrust, too. Odd angle.
Just want to say I absolutely loved that tiny retreat that he did there. And Sawyer just leaped back just out of range.
Oh, yeah. Sawyer's a tricky guy.
Match red again. Sawyer takes it. Are any of us surprised? No. And it looks like Michael French is back up in the same pool.
That he is.
This-
Against. I can't quite see past him.
Is it Scott?
He's standing in my way, and the camera's not picking him up. Ah,
Paul.
he's Paul Barolette versus Michael French. Okay. Match is finally starting. After a solid 10 seconds of waiting.
An eternity for you, Ronan.
Truly. Now. That looks like thrust to deep target. Yep. Michael French scores 2 points.
With a thrust to torso, I believe.
I am now working off of a lot of sleep. Thankfully, this fencing is exciting. Speaking of exciting, Michael French scores another point. Singular, apparently.
Another thrust to torso.
Current score is 0-3.
Paul is going to have to step up his game here. Ooh, that was a wonderful step to the outside.
Now, wasn't it? Current score 0-5 in favor of Michael French.
Now, is there a mercy cutoff for points?
7.
7 is the mercy cutoff. Gotcha. For those of you at home, that means if the match seems terribly unbalanced and you have one fencer who's scoring a lot of points, looks like match Michael, of course, then as soon as one fencer scores 7 and the other is still 0, then the match is called. That's to prevent any unnecessary injuries and or force.
That and also, this tournament is fencing to 7. So that's the cutoff universally.
I see. Disregard everything I just said,
so,
folks.
I mean,
so sorry.
Technically,
We're going to go to some highlights while we...
oh, it looks like we're going to highlights. Let's see some highlights.
Ooh.
Ooh. Alex now missing some fingers.
Deep stab. Love it. Ooh, that bend in the sword there.
Oh, talk about bend.
Now we are going across all pools here. Just getting selected clips of quite incredible exchanges. And good camaraderie. Ooh.
That's why we call him the Honey Badger.
Important to know how to fall, folks.
There I am. Oh. I've gone away.
And we're back at...
That looks like pool 1.
That's not pool 4?
I think we're reaching into pools.
Now it looks like, according to Tad, we're reaching the end of pools.
Looks like we've only got maybe 1 or 2 pools going currently. Out of 4. The action has died down a little bit.
There is significantly less fencing going on. Only 2 matches right now.
Oop, we swapped away again. See pool 1 in the back there.
Now we've just switched to a match between Andrew Bradford and Ivar Leventhal, if I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Current score is 1-2.
I think that was a thrust to torso? Thrust ahead?
I wasn't paying attention. I was lost in the yawn. Ooh. Not. I wouldn't call that as cut to head. That was a little iffy.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing a whole lot of clean contact there.
It was kind of a flick with the flat from below. I'm not sure about that one, Chief.
Getting a lot of shrugs.
Lots of shrugs. Oh.
That was clear, though.
He made it pretty clear on that one. No mistaking. And it looks like that's the end of the match.
Match red?
Yes. Match red.
Now, is that the end of that pool?
It is not, according to Tad. Now, since we're in a little break, today's live stream is powered by Steel Armory, a premier maker of custom fencing swords trusted by fighters around the world.
Love
Whether you're,
Castile.
I do too. I do too. They make great rapiers. Whether you're training, competing, or demonstrating historical technique, Castile's weapons deliver balance, durability, and beauty in every build. From longswords to rapiers to sabers and daggers, each piece is crafted with precision and purpose. Level up your kit at CastileArmory.com, where performance meets tradition.
Made a custom rapier once with Castile.
Ah.
Smoke good. Get down there on mic 3. Get down there on mic 3. Give him headset.
Andy's shown up,
I'm really sweaty.
unfortunately. Guess we have to figure out what this guy has to say.
Oh,
What do you want, Andy?
I don't know. I was told to go over here.
Okay.
Sure you were.
So how's
It's entirely
competing?
not your fault.
How was competing? I'm gonna throw up probably.
Good.
I need to doo pretty bad.
Oh, all right.
Sir, get yourself to the nearest restroom.
Did we need to hear about that? Was
Yeah.
that necessary?
Who is
Very
the fencer
expensive.
in the white pants right now that we're watching?
Red
That's
Spencer?
Ivor.
That's Ivor. Okay.
Yep.
So Ivor and Kieran, this should be a pretty good match.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what the
Can't-
points are right now?
Can't see
Kieran is at 1 point. Ivor is at 0. Take a look at all the not fencing they're doing right now.
Let's go.
I'm glad you find this entertaining. There we go.
Oh, your
Fencing at a
shouting
pretty close
seemed
measure.
to work.
It looks like, at least from this angle, but. Okay,
Oh.
really nice. Kieran is pretty technically proficient. I think Ivor is going to prefer a closer measure when he finds against Kieran. And Kieran's going to probably want to keep him at bay.
Wow, awesome commentary, Andy.
What have you been saying, bruh?
Well, they've been fencing, and one guy's winning, and they cut sometimes, I guess.
That's so cool, Ronan. You're so good, bruh.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate. Why is there so? There we go. So much deliberation in this match.
Okay, cut to the arm.
Yeah, it looked very clean to me.
Most of the touches that you're going to land on Kieran are most likely going to be cuts. He's a lot more comfortable defending thrusts than he is with cuts.
That is true.
There's another one to the leg. Or to the dick. Am I allowed to say that?
No,
My bad.
please do not.
My bad, Gabe.
Sort
That's
of.
my fault.
It's like a PG-13 movie. We get one of them. You've spent it.
I will say Pinor instead.
Not sure that's much better.
Is that much better, Ted?
Okay, attempted Posada Soto. Landed on the arm.
Ted says, say junk.
Okay, junk.
Wow. We can't have anything around here. Anyway,
Andy sucks.
current score is
Dude.
2 for Kieran.
This is not
2
a
for Ivor.
community mic, bro.
It's really not.
Get away from me. Just like Kieran needs to get Ivor away from him to land more thrusts.
Yeah, Ivor is not.
Though
It could also be the floor that
Ivor is winning. That is 2-4 in favor of Ivor.
Wow, I must have been missing out. Oh, Ivor is red. Gotcha. Okay, I had them reversed.
It does seem
Okay,
that
it looks-
Ivor has picked up on the cut meta against Kieran. Andy just gave me a funny look.
Oh, is that at you? I thought that was at me.
Oh. Could have been. Who knows? Andy's a funny guy.
I can almost guarantee that if Kieran does a fake disengage from advanced lunge measure, he will hit. If he does this the next round, I deserve a Gatorade.
Well, we'll see. Also, I'm not sure we can get you a Gatorade.
Dude.
Try sports betting. Have
Is
you
there
been
a
gambling
parlay
recently?
for what kind of move Kieran's going to do right now?
I hope so.
Well, we're currently waiting.
Come on, Kieran.
There we go.
I'm rooting for Kieran, to be honest.
Fade disengage for the love of God.
Oh!
Was that a stab?
I think that was just a Gerada. It did land, though, which puts Kieran back on the board. Is that 5-4?
Let's see.
It's currently 2-6.
Currently 2-6. Let's wait for the score to update.
Did it land? Do the judges think that it landed?
No. Apparently.
Dude.
2-6 still.
We got some bouncing from Ivor. Okay.
Judges might be blind.
Another. Kieran attempted a Gerada, but just harder. Completely missed, it looked like this time.
What if I do the same thing, but faster?
That seems to be the technique with most fencers. If it doesn't work the first time, maybe if I just did it again, but faster, it would work this time.
You know what I think Kieran should be doing right now?
Winning.
Fleshing every exchange. Every time.
This is why you don't medal road it.
That was very unkind.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take it back. I take it back.
No, you don't. Don't lie to me.
No, I don't.
It's not funny. Anyway. Score still 2-6.
Kieran, for the love of God, fade disengage so I can get my parlay.
Still 2-6.
Dude, I swear to God, Kieran
That's-
hit that Gerada earlier, bruh.
Nope.
That's probably why he was tilted and did it harder.
That looked like it landed. I saw the bend.
Point red? That seems to be what the judges are gesturing about.
That's point red. That's a win for
Dude.
Ivor.
Dude. The clapping, bruh. Kieran got cut to death.
That sucks. 1-0.
Bro. I swear to God, if fade disengage would have worked, bro. I swear.
I'm sure you're right. You're just
It's
so
the only
well
move I
educated
know.
on the subject of fencing, Andy.
That's why I got medals from SoCal and you don't, bruh.
For context, this guy doesn't know how to read.
Neither does Roden.
I don't think
We
you've
only
ever.
have one literate commentator.
You've
right
never.
now.
You have never touched a fencing manual.
I've touched them. I just haven't read them. I've pondered the illustrations before.
We need to get you a picture book. That's what we need.
Yes.
Aren't most fencing manuals picture books?
I think
No.
Tallhofer's a picture book.
Tallhofer's a picture
but
book.
It's not colorful enough. We got Sean Baker, who's got his Flamberge blade. That thing sucks to be cut by the way. It's spiky as hell.
I would
Against
assume.
Kieran,
Anyway,
who is formerly tilted, probably. Looks like a thrust of the arm.
Kieran's fencing like he's tilted.
Yes.
He's going in for it.
I think he's a little angry, bro. I would be too. That Gerada was pretty awesome. Worth nothing.
It really was. It was kind of impressive.
Okay.
Didn't see a.
I think it was a cut in opposition through his blade, so it was really light. But I think Sean's being nice and calling it. Which makes sense. Went through his blade and all. Okay.
Typical rapier tournament fencing.
Yes, cut to leg.
Cut to leg.
Yeah, right, like there.
Occasional thrust.
Can we get a tracker for how many attacks Kieran does on the outside? Because I don't think I've seen this. I've seen this dude do one attack to the inside line.
That last exchange was, I believe, a cut to the outside.
Oh my God, he's fading to the outside. He's another attack to the outside. Let's go. That's only my left.
Very consistent.
My right hand's at home.
That's what I like about Kieran. Very consistent. That's not true at all, but makes good commentary, doesn't it?
Quite entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that did actually look like a stab to the inside.
I didn't quite see it.
Oh hell yeah.
I got a terrible angle on that. Current score is 2 in favor of Kieran.
This current
Let's go.
camera
Maybe you'll calm
angle
down.
could use work. I do agree.
Now, that last exchange was out of the shot,
Yes.
but
That
I'm
was
gonna bet that-
temporarily the Sean Baker show.
what?
That's his name.
Oh, okay.
Oh, red fencer.
Oh, awesome.
I see.
Okay, Gerada to the outside, misses. Gets hit right underneath. If Kieran chose more shots that were not just the outside, I'm sure he would. land
Brother
some.
knows one combo.
I'm sensing
Homie allowed
some
it so many
mockery
times,
here.
it is now his muscle memory.
Brother's just pushing buttons at this point.
Thank you.
Peter, if you don't stop messing with the camera, you're gonna start
We've got some
throwing
camera
rocks at this man.
gyrations.
Sorry, I'm gonna switch to the camera.
Oh, sweet.
Okay.
We got a more
Thank you.
blue hue this time. Cut to the leg.
Typical.
This is rapier after all.
Typical. Like,
Everyone knows 90% of plays are cut to the leg.
you would say that, Andy.
I was going to say something really bad. I'm not going to say it.
Please don't.
But could I, though?
Andrew's here.
What's up?
Get Andy off the comms right now.
For real.
Who's Andy, bro? This is Galachad, dude.
I guess we're stuck with this guy.
Who won that match? God damn it.
I did not see.
That was a win for Kieran.
Let's go.
All right.
Yippee.
Let's go.
Love it when that guy
Sean
wins.
is good, but Kieran deserves it after that Miss Gerada.
For
To the
real.
outside. No, that Gerada that he landed was the inside.
I don't remember.
Me either, really.
I'm a little silly in the brain, don't you know? Not much going on up
Looks
there.
like it's going to be Sean versus Ivor.
Sean
I thought this was
is-
single rapier. Why does Sean have a dagger in his butt? On his butt, sorry. Not in.
That would be rather uncomfortable.
Thank you for making that specification.
You're welcome.
Clarification is quite important.
I think it might just be a sharp. just in case.
I actually don't like the outcome of this match. I'm killing you now.
For real. That's why I keep my dagger on me.
No murders, please.
With the Japanese motif that Sean has, he would pull out his dagger and yell something. A word that we all know.
I don't think it's a tanto, though. I think it's a European style dagger.
It
so,
is. The
Andy,
philosophy.
do
cut
I need
the
to call
body,
your
let's go.
mom?
Dude, don't do that. That's very mean.
I think I'm going to have to call your mom.
Was that cut to head or no?
Yeah, you better straighten up.
I think Sean landed a cut to body and Ivor landed a cut to the head. So Ivor should just get points. But I'm also blind, so.
Aren't we all? That's what I'm saying.
I've got 20/20 vision. I don't know what you're saying.
Let's look at the chat.
So that's Sean in red there. And
We got
Ivor
nothing interesting in the chat.
white.
All right. Looks like the only thrusts we get are doubles here.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to Rapier on a
Clean it.
competitive level.
Clean it up, boys. You get one more double, you're both out.
I forgot doubling out is a thing.
Well, that was a cut to torso?
It may have hit the elbow before, perhaps.
Well, let's see. We all know that the judges are always correct.
Yes.
Always, without fail.
Consistently.
Naturally.
You don't have anything witty to say now, Andy?
Well, Sean threw a right ascending cut.
Yeah?
Where a rapier is
Uh-huh.
usually pretty difficult considering how long the rapier is, but since he has a shorter rapier, he can make it happen. And it is a pretty hard cut to parry. The only problem is we don't know if it hit body or if it hit arm. And
Okay.
when I usually throw it, it usually hits body, so it's not a good idea typically.
Yeah, we know.
Judges making a decision there. Not seeing what it was, though.
Ronan, keep yourself safe, bro. Keep yourself safe.
I will. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome.
You're always so pleasant on the mic. Pleasant guy you are. Anyway, that was nothing.
Something happened there. I don't know what.
I don't think
don't know if that was a cut to head.
Yeah. I don't think that was anything.
It was very light, very tippy if it was. Ooh.
Oh.
That was a good one to see, though.
Thrust to the outside.
We got thrusts here,
into
baby.
the throat.
Finally.
Thrusts are on the menu.
Current score is 5-0 in favor of Ivor.
Looked like Sean may have just turned the tables there with a shot to the head.
I did see a lighter thrust to torso at the same time, though.
Oh, okay.
Was that a staple?
I think so. It looked like it hit Sean's hand and maybe shoulder pad.
It may have just been a failure to parry with the hand. Either
Match
way, it doesn't
Ivor.
matter. Ivor wins.
Yay!
Somebody in the chat says, call this guy's mom.
Dude,
I'm going to call your mom. I'm going to call your mom, and I'm going to tell her that you've been misbehaving on the mic.
No! No!
And you know what else I'm going to tell her?
What?
That
Can you take me higher?
that you have not been eating your vegetables.
No!
Anyway, Kieran's back.
He's fighting Andrew.
He's
Andrew
fighting
has
Andrew.
One move. It's called the flesh. And
I hope
Kieran's only
he
attack
pulls
is
it
thrust
out.
to the outside. So who will win?
Somebody needs to go over to Andrew right now and tell him to flesh during every exchange.
Wait, I've seen Andrew Posada Soto one time.
Explain to the folks at home what a flesh is.
Flesh. A flesh is an attack with a pass of the back foot. Usually in rapier, that will be a left foot forward, since most of us fence with our right foot, or I mean your dominant foot forward, and then your off foot will pass over while you make your attack. It can be a thrust or it can be a cut. It's usually best done as a thrust in opposition against the opponent.
And that's the off foot coming forward or
Yes.
behind?
Off foot coming forward. So it's almost like running forward.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
I sent a messenger over to ensure that he gets the idea.
Okay.
I love trying to affect the outcome
Looks like we got a
of
thrust
matches.
to the junk, perhaps.
Yeah, that did look rather low on the waist.
Currently, the score is 1-2 in favor of Kieran.
We've got the slowest flesh known to man that landed with perhaps a cut after blow.
Oh,
And I believe that's Kieran in red. He's got the red band there.
It
With
looks-
arms wide open.
That wasn't half bad.
You better not get me a copyright violation.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But have you heard this one?
hold me now
I'm 6 feet from
from the edge and I'm thinking. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
Wow, we got attack to the outside. Oh, it hit. We got thrusts here, baby. We still know how to do them.
Thrusts are back.
I thought I saw maybe a cut to hand there.
Potentially?
I didn't see anything that was substantial there.
God damn it.
Andy, watch your language,
I'm
please.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You got money on this or something? Calm
Anyway.
down, sir.
Current score is 3-4 in favor of Kieran Flanagan.
You guys know
Oh, attack to the outside. Attack to the outside.
Yeah, I originally.
Inside
and a
attack. That was
half
inside.
sorting.
That
Inside
first
half sword thrust.
that first thrust from Kieran should have landed. That was a great thrust. And I'm upset that it didn't land.
I got it flipped back to just my
And that is match red.
That's match red.
Match for Kieran. Bravo.
Good job, Kieran. Love that guy.
And is that the last match of the pool? Second round of pools
All
coming
right, that's
up.
probably my cue. Goodbye.
Yeah, get out of here.
One thing. Okay, all right. Hey, you guys.
Getting sweat all over our headsets.
What a gross guy.
Somebody get us some wet wipes.
Anyway, this looks to be the end of pools, or at least near it, so we're going to go to ad break. We're going to do a second round of pools. So, while you're waiting, enjoy these advertisements.
Hi, my name's John.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for baseball or football, I can tell you, I don't coach that.
No, yeah. I'm calling about the sword fighting lessons and the 3.
But what I do have is a very particular set of skills.
The hell?
Skills that I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that help me to teach Italian and English martial arts.
No, that's why I'm calling.
If you don't sign up on our website for 3 free hours, nothing will happen. But if you do sign up on our website for 3 free hours, I will teach you. And I will train with you. And you will become part of the DMAS family.
Signing up.
turn me up. Had no trouble leaving, but you're all that I know. Contra, giving up. Think you tell me enough, you tell me enough. Here to stay, I can feel it pulling me in the grip. Tie me up and ride me like a tidal wave. No matter what I say, it's too late to fight. Let's find my way. But hey, wonder what I did for all of this time. Contra, turn me up. Love the thought of leaving, but you're all that I know. Contra, give me up. Think you tell me enough, you tell me enough. You think you tell me enough, you tell me enough.
Hello, and we're back at Wine Country Sword Crush. And we're right back to it. Sorry, I feel like I should have come back a little bit sooner so I could ease into the commentary, but we're getting right back to fencing. In white is Kai Ava, and in red is Sean Baker. Current score is 1-0. Oh, wait, no, that's not. Wait, is it? Is it? Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, I'm being silly.
There was already a thrust, yes.
Current score is 2-0 in favor of Kai.
Now, I've seen Kai fight quite a few times before. Always impressive.
This is my first time seeing Kai fight, and I'm impressed. Very snappy, if I do say so, which I do. Now, if there's something that we're seeing a lot of, it's very close measure for Rapier.
Ooh, what happened to our camera there?
Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical.
There we go.
There we go. We're no
Just in
longer
time
having
for a
technical
thrust.
difficulties.
It's the replay.
There we
Looks
go.
like
That's the end of the match.
Kai.
Yes, match Kai.
7-0, wow.
Ouch.
As you can tell from his gear, I think Kai's been in the game for quite a while.
That's an old mask. They don't make those anymore. I want one of those.
Looks
I can't
cool,
have
right?
them. It really does look cool.
Studded collar?
Very brigandine-esque. I'm a big fan of those brigandine-esque collars. Anyway, in between these matches, let me give you a good new ad read. We'd also like to thank Relic Lanterns for adding a little magic to Wine Country Sword Crush 4. Known for their beautiful handcrafted pieces that bring fantasy and history to life, Relic Lanterns is here at the event. So be sure to visit their booth and see the quality and creativity up close. From glowing ambience to enchanted vibes, Relic Lanterns helps keep the wonder alive.
I have seen them. They are very cute. Got little glowing crystals all over them.
They're adorable. I need one of those. Anyway, back to fencing. A little bit of probing.
I like it. Very classic. Ooh. Went right for that opening.
It looks like that afterblow did land, though. That should be 1 point for white.
If I recall, previous times I've watched Kai fight, does really like his afterblows.
Now, that last exchange, it looked like Red Fencer landed that point and got themselves a double. But that's not seemingly how the judges interpret it. Anyway, instead of Red Fencer should know that Red Fencer is named Scott Lipsick. For clarity. Current
That's-
score is 2-1.
Kai in white, Scott in red.
I should have clarified that too. I'm being very unclear.
Although on our screen it displays as blue, not white.
I didn't get given the colors in advance, so sorry.
Ted is telling us that we did not get told the colors in advance, so we apologize for it not matching the current color scheme.
One of the colors is correct. It doesn't matter. By process of elimination, I'm sure you can figure it out.
It would have been very awkward if one of those colors had been green and the other one would have been black. I think that would have
Yes.
been very hard to tell.
That would have been very, very odd.
Oh, I'm seeing a cut there. That was quite a furious exchange.
I'm not sure I saw any scoring actions, especially not a cut to head there. I might be wrong. Feel free to correct me.
Not sure what happened there.
Now, that is white thrust with afterblow. Current score is 6-1 in favor of Kai Ava.
Hold is being called. Not sure I saw. Nope. The judges are saying no. Checking safety of the hood on the back of Scott's helmet. Back of the head protection is less necessary in rapier, but very necessary in longsword.
That is true. As somebody who's been smacked in the back of the head before, I can attest to this. And that is match white.
Match Kai. I think we got a little glimpse of his tendencies to go in for lots of stabs there. He loves to rush into a grapple and get right in with the stabs.
Big thrust-heavy fencer, which you would think would be a very obvious statement, considering we're watching a rapier tournament, but this rapier tournament does seem to favor the cut quite a lot, despite the rule set. All right. New exchange. Drew Lott versus Scott Lipsick.
I think it's Drew who has the little yellow crab on their mask.
Yes.
Cute little guy.
I'm loving this outfit.
Going in for the grapple, I did see a stab and maybe an afterblow.
Current score is 1-0.
White thrust torso.
Current score is now 3-0 in favor of Drew. It says, go Drew.
Oh, I did see a thrust to leg there, I believe.
Yep, that is white cut to leg.
Oh, cut, okay.
Score is 4-0.
Saw it get deflected from the torso. That looked like a simultaneous cut. Circular block brought both of their blades into contact with each other's torsos.
Score is now 5-0.
Ooh, did that thrust land before she swatted it away? Sorry. He, she, they?
I'm not entirely certain. We'll have to ask.
We are not given pronouns.
We should, though.
We should. We should.
Down the line. Ooh.
Double?
That looked like a double, but that thrust looked painful.
Yeah, I saw the shaking of the blade there.
Current score, by the way, is 5-2.
For folks at home, we do actually like to see a bend in a rapier blade when it makes contact. That means the pressure is being lessened somewhat. If you don't see a bend in the blade, it can be quite painful. I've had this. I know this from experience.
Yes, a stiff blade can certainly ruin your day.
Even though all of these blades are tipped and we do care very deeply about safety, sometimes you still get a really nasty bruise underneath all that armor. Ooh. A lot of grappling there.
It looked like that thrust stuck.
I think there was a half sword thrust.
There was a half sword thrust, if I'm seeing correctly, if my eyes don't deceive me. But it only exists if the judges were able to see it. Now, that is match Drew.
Match white. All right.
The crab really is a great touch.
I pinch. Just a little pinch.
What?
You're too young to have seen that commercial.
Apparently so. Apparently so.
Perhaps some of you out there on the interwebs will remember.
All right. Next up, Drew Lott versus Sean Baker. That is if the director gets off his phone. He's definitely playing Clash of Clans right now. had to upgrade his town hall first.
That man is playing Galaga. Didn't think we'd notice, but we did.
So, I don't know if you can quite see it, but Red Fencer's rapier is a flamberge blade, a wavy, fire-esque blade shape that has somewhat unique handling characteristics.
How does that curve change the handling of the blade?
In all honesty, in all honesty, I've never held a flamberge rapier. I don't know how it changes the bind dynamic, but I'm certain that it does.
I have held a flamberge claymore before. Very different weapon than a rapier, of course.
I really do wonder how that affects how the weapon handles, especially in the bind.
It could increase the chance to have the blade stick, I would imagine.
I would imagine, I would guess that it would make a glide difficult. Then again, who am I to say? It is very interesting looking, though.
And sometimes that's all you need. Just the slightest bit of unusual resistance is enough to give you an edge. Ooh, that was a lot of cuts. Maybe a stab in there.
At the end, definitely a thrust. That thrust landed, and you can't quite see it, but Blue Fencer is stomping down their rapier to even it out.
Sometimes that bend can get worked in there. Looks like that point was given to Drew. Although I did see some scolding happening.
I do believe the judges were concerned for potential damage to the floor.
This is not our floor.
It is not. It is a high school floor because this sport cannot afford venues that we own. Ooh.
About to go in for the grapple. I would have liked to see a throw, but I think that was point to white.
It looks like that's the call being made.
Drew attempting to go for an afterblow after hold was called.
That's my favorite time for an afterblow.
Oh. Hold on. Apologies. That was a lot of messy cuts and thrusts.
That exchange was a little bloody.
No one stopped. Doesn't seem like either of them are willing to self-call. Self-calls are the honorable thing to do.
Truly. Though, it's hard sometimes.
Sometimes you can't feel it.
Yep.
Underneath all that armor.
Especially with how well both of these two individuals are armored.
Oh, we are getting a self-call? No? Double?
That is the third double, resulting in a double out.
Ooh.
That's not going to look good on either of their cards.
Fence cleaner next time, folks.
That's the lesson.
I believe Drew may be trying to contest the last call.
Drew does not seem pleased with the outcome of that last match. for maybe just a clarification.
Not sure if anything will come of it.
I doubt it.
Usually arguing with the judges is not a good idea.
Sorry, I was making a button for myself.
Ooh, and a friendly hug.
Oh, how cute. Anyway, get to killing each other.
That's just another form of affection, really.
That it is. I could not agree more.
Consensual violence.
It's what we're here for. Now, they are off to it.
Ooh, it looks like one of them is fencing left-handed.
That they are. You know, sometimes I wish I was a lefty. Feel like it would make my fencing a little bit trickier.
My left hand is useless. Can't do anything with that thing.
What's wrong with it?
I just haven't used it in the last 20 years.
Have you considered getting a new one?
You know, that does sound like a good idea. Not sure where I'd get a replacement, though. Ooh, I think that was a cut to head? Cut to head from White. Incidental cut?
For clarification, Scott Lipsick is at 2 points, and Sean Baker is at 1.
Sean Baker in red.
Sean Baker in red.
Ooh, that was a self-call. Okay, good honor. Do you need a snack, Ronan?
I need a snack. And another cup of coffee.
I do have some nice black tea if you'd like some.
Ooh. No, thank you.
Green tea?
I'll think about it.
Ronan turning up his nose at everything I offer.
I said I'll think about it. I'll give green tea consideration at least.
I also have tiny marshmallows if you would like some.
I think I'm gonna have to pass on the. I'm gonna turn my nose up at tiny marshmallows. Okay, maybe just a couple.
They're very colorful.
maybe just a few.
Cut to arm, I believe.
All right, it was worth it. Nick Kempen says, I can't believe Academy Award-winning director Sean Baker is a fencer. You're hilarious, Nick. Truly.
Was that a stab? That looked like a thrust to torso.
It looks like that thrust landed, and it looks like that cut was way out of tempo for an afterblow.
Was it passe? I think the judges are calling it passe. Not sure which one they're calling passe. For reference, passe means it does not have sufficient quality to have hit. It typically means it may have landed for a split second, but immediately gets pushed off.
That's actually not what passe means, but okay.
Okay, well, what's the technical definition then, Ronan?
A passe thrust is just a thrust that passes you. It doesn't stick.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, Scott Lipsick is at 6 points, and Sean Baker in red is at, 4. That must have been time up, or scorecards maybe a little behind, but that's a win for Scott Lipsing.
Yeah, we're pulling straight from the table, so that's what they say. That's what it is.
Would you like a more substantial snack than those marshmallows?
Yes.
All right, I'll go fetch you something.
Yay!
Do you prefer peanut butter or chocolate?
Both.
All right.
Chocolate.
Excuse me, folks.
Thank you. Anyway. Kai Ava and Drew Lott are fencing now. Drew in red. Current score, Kai 2, Drew 0. Yay! I got a snack. Finally. I haven't eaten anything today. Feel so emaciated. Oh! Both fencers crashing into each other that last exchange. What's the call?
Kai does love to crash into his opponents.
Current score is Kai 5, Drew 0. Drew's going to need to do some work to get back up there, but that might be the end of the match.
Cut to head? If there was one, I did not see it.
I didn't see it
fast.
either. I saw a maybe thrust to head. Oh. Yep.
Oh.
That's the call. That is a win for Kai.
Incredible, folks. So fast, we didn't even see it.
Oh, finally, I've been reunited with my best friend, Calories. Now, what's going on? Which match are we watching?
Looks like ring 1 just completed.
Yep, we're watching an over match. Now,
Maybe we can pop over here to ring 4.
it might be that pools, the second round of pools, is ending.
It's just swapping over to new pools coming into play.
No, I think everyone's just swapping at the same time.
Ouch. I can never be right. I always speak too soon. Anyway. What are we doing?
Yep, all right.
What's
so
going on?
Pool 4 just swapped out. Just saw the tail end of that. Looks like, yes, pool 1.
That is Sawyer Fresky versus Forever. Peru.
I'm hearing something about something being passe.
In the future, yes. I know how to change it.
A lot of conversation and explanation going here.
Not much fencing.
Are the fencers being lectured?
Potentially.
If so, it does seem quite gentle. All right, here we go. Ooh, perfect, clean, deep lunge.
Any event in which you give Sawyer any amount of the center line without threatening to close it, he's going to take it. Especially with that long, light rapier.
Looking like Forever's Meyer technique is not working here.
To be fair, not a lot of technique works against Sawyer. Sawyer is a serial tournament winner. He's good at what he does.
With moves like that, makes sense. Makes sense. Sawyer seems to be the living example of good technique equals speed.
Mm-hmm.
And speed wins you matches.
That and just speed. The guy's fast.
Sees an opportunity and takes it all in the blink of an eye.
Anyway. That was the last match of that pool. We're going to switch over.
We're in pool 4, I believe.
I do believe that is pool 4. It's hard to see the banners from here.
Well, the banner is reversed in our camera.
Oh, that's true. I can see it.
Ooh, that's match. We just missed it. Not sure who won there. Sorry about that.
You know, it's funny. Whenever we switch pools, it's always the end of that match.
Looking like pool 2, I think. No. Back to this one. Looks like a cut to leg.
Now, we've got Christopher Soho with 1 point and Cody Shepard with 0. Cody in red.
Thank you for the clarification. I was going to ask.
I learned my lesson.
Good, good. I'm glad you can still learn, Ronan.
Just a little bit, though.
Hold being called. I didn't see a clean hit there.
Now, it should be noted, that's another mask codpiece. This seems to be a trend. I'm not sure I understand it, though. Now, that afterblow, while out of tempo, was also definitely to back of head. I'm surprised the judges aren't dinging him for that.
Getting hit on the back of the head or giving a hit to the back of your opponent's head is very much frowned upon. That's where our spines are, and that can be quite damaging. Although in real life, it would be the place to hit.
It would be. If you have the opportunity. Now, current score is 4-0 in favor of Christopher Soho.
Christopher marked in blue here on our screens. Not the fencer wearing blue with the red armband, but
Identification by color is hard. There's so many colors.
that was an odd one. That was a cut to, what, to arm? To torso?
I think that's going to be called his arm. Potentially to torso.
Ooh, missed that cut. That was an opening.
That cut was a little careless.
Not sure what he was aiming for there.
I'm sure he was aiming for something, but whatever it was, he did not hit it.
Thrust to torso?
Now, it would seem White Fencer is taking a very circular approach. Red Fencer has a habit of going straight down the line.
That can be a detriment at some point. If you don't throw in a step to the outside or the inside every once in a while, you become very predictable.
Especially if you're waiting too long in thrusting distance. Could become a problem.
Going for some strong cuts and not connecting. I think that was a cut to arm.
You know, for some of these cuts, it's hard to tell. They get sent out sometimes at no target in particular, only to land in question mark target.
And that is match white?
I believe so. I can't say the score. Match white. There you go.
Looks like we're lining up for, I believe that's Shannon in red with the armband. And not familiar with her opponent.
All right. We got Christopher Soho again versus Shannon Regal Buto. Regal Buto?
I believe that sounds closer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Something. Starts with an R.
I believe that's a falcon painted on her mask. Well done. Couple of stabs there.
It looks like
Did they land?
that may be called, let's cut to arm. There was a little graze there. That did not look like a graze. Nor did it sound like a graze.
It was pretty loud.
Both fencers are being a little bit more careful than we usually see them being.
That was a thrust straight to the head. That was very clean. I'm liking the footwork from Christopher here.
The benefits of being careful. Oh,
I think that was another cut to head.
nice and clean. All right,
Moving cautiously here.
back into the same position. It looks like White Fencer is pretty comfortable throwing that same cut repeatedly because he knows it's going to land.
I didn't see it land.
I saw it land to arm, maybe.
Okay. Last time it was a head, and I just didn't see it connect this time, but perhaps to arm.
It was a little iffy. I'm not sure if it landed quite dead on.
Cut to leg there?
That leg cut, I'm pretty sure, did land dead on.
Shannon not wearing a whole lot of leg protection. There's some shin protection there, but her thighs are not well padded.
Now.
Ooh, what's coming out of that grapple?
That thrust straight down the line might be the end of the match. Yes, that is match white. Finish it with a beautiful thrust. So silent.
Got 2 other pools going at the same time, though.
There's so little going on right now.
Well, Shannon deserves a break.
That's true. That's true.
You got to breathe, folks. This is a very, very cardiovascular, intensive sport. You're wearing a shirt, probably chest protection, plastron. That is not very breathable, plus your padded fencing jacket.
It heats up pretty fast. It looks like Andy's back, unfortunately.
What's up,
Let's
guys?
see what he
Gala
has
Chat
to.
here.
Yep. Yeah, he's here.
Blue versus red.
Red versus white.
Red Cobra
Thank you very
Commander.
much. Oh,
I'm
that's-
so glad you finally learned your colors.
Yes.
Oh, that's not confusing at all. We've got
Red is blue. and
Shannon
red
here.
Is white.
in red. Her opponent with a giant red helmet is the white fencer.
For clarity, in white, we've got Ben Hosek. In red, we've got Shannon
Okay.
with a last name.
Looks like cut to the head from Burn.
I did see an afterblow there.
Burn.
Burn.
Cut to
Yes.
head with afterblow.
But
All right, you're going to have to start speaking legibly.
I'm sorry.
Burn. My fault.
All right, he's got that saber guard with the point pointing straight up, targeting the lights. Oh! Stab to lower torso from Shannon.
With
Possibly an attack from Ben as well.
an afterblow cut from Ben.
Burn.
Now, it does
Looks
seem
like
like
they're calling it a double.
it does seem like the move today is going with point up. If we're taking popularity into account, that point up guard seems to be very popular.
I love 45-inch sabers.
So real, Andy.
Oh,
A lot of
we
those.
got some hippity hops here.
A little jump celebration, question mark?
Thrust
I
or
do think
cut
Ben
to
may have
torso?
gotten something before the celebration, low-key, but what do I know? Oh, cut to head perhaps
Not
Perhaps.
from
Seeing, not
Ben.
seeing a lot of clean fencing here, folks.
No, it's looking pretty messy. It's getting pretty bloody. Ben Hosek is in the lead with 3 points. Shannon currently doesn't have any.
Most of the cuts that Ben is landing here just don't look sufficient to me.
They're glancing, like, Shannon is wearing a Cobra mask, so any kind of cut is going to glance slightly, and the only way to solve that is by hitting harder, and we don't want to do that. So
Gotcha.
honestly, as long
Fair.
as the angle is good, and it makes some sort of contact with the blade, not the flat, then I think it should be called. Okay. Oh, okay.
All right.
A boop with the flat?
That
The repeated tap.
That may have been the flat that time, actually, yeah.
It looked very much like
Shannon
his cross
may
guard
have
was.
gotten a stab to the leg, perhaps.
Thrust to body?
Thrust to
judges?
body.
Oh,
Yeah, judges are calling
Let's
it
go.
thrust
For
to
red.
body. For red, yes. Score is currently 4-0. In favor
Soon,
of
I don't think
Ben.
so. 4-1 now.
All right.
Shannon's
Let
bringing it back.
go!
Ooh, crashing in together.
Oh.
Another boop.
Yeah.
This man really likes boops.
It doesn't seem like Shannon's grappling game is working quite as well against Ben as it has against previous opponents.
She could be getting tired, folks.
Ooh. That's entirely possible. Again, as previously mentioned, these outfits get hot.
Difficult to hear and difficult to breathe in the masks. That was a pretty good thrust, though.
Yes.
Much clearer.
Shannon seems to be demoralized.
Yes.
And
looks like match white.
Thusly,
match barn.
Match barn.
Barn.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Blah.
Ah. Oh, oh, oh.
No.
We're sorry, folks. We're making niche internet references. We're so professional.
Incredibly.
All right, we've got Cody in the blue here with the red headband and red, but he's in the blue jacket in red again.
Great observation.
We love making people in blue jackets red.
Oh, yeah.
Makes for good contrast.
Makes for good contrast. You can tell that they're red because they're wearing blue.
Yes.
At least it's not
And then
green.
we got Red Cobra Commander in
and we'd
white.
have a problem for the colorblind folks.
Well, I think this sport is already a problem for the colorblind folks.
Is it?
I would imagine. I mean, we do identify people by colors, though.
Yes, but having known several colorblind people in my life, they can distinguish between different colors.
No, they can't.
Yes.
Fake news.
I once knew a painter who was colorblind, who was able
It's
to
like
do
an old photograph.
For the color challenge, Red Fencer is the one with the mask crotch.
That's a great observation, Andy.
crashing into each other. What is this? Wrestling?
So it looks like Ben's previous tactic has begun to see negative consequences.
The blades on the rapiers are actually for show. The main offensive part of the blade, or the sword, is actually the keons, apparently.
So true. It's more of a punching weapon than anything else.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Cut to head, perhaps, to burn, and then a cut back to the body.
Cut to head in favor of White Fencer.
Oh, okay.
Call is
Ben?
yes. Robin, that is correct. Current score is Ben Hossack 1.
Ben does a strange, slow transition from his point up guard to, like, basically parallel to the ground. It takes him forever. He feints a cut and then thrusts underneath. If Cody here attacks in the middle of that, he might be able to get a touch. Especially since this rule set, no matter what kind of afterblow you get, you will always get 1 point.
Incentivizing afterblows, then.
That's crazy.
Not a fan of incentivizing afterblows. It encourages bad fencing, in my opinion.
Certain afterblows, especially.
Oh.
Was that a double?
That looked like a double.
It looks like Cody's may have just not reached.
Yeah, it
It's hard to
looks
tell
like
with that
that's
kind
the
of mask.
call.
Red's thrust being called passe. White Fencer's landing. So, point white. Both of my commentators here slowly turning into cats.
Okay, looks like a cut to Cody's head from burn.
Judge not liking that.
All right, never mind.
I'm not sure I
I'm sorry,
liked it
guys.
either.
Dude,
Get
what is
in,
this movement,
get
bro?
out. Just do not get hit.
Ben is doing.
Interesting sweeping cuts here.
We got cut to the head from Cody. We don't thrust here, folks.
Ben is doing anything but bringing his point forward. What's the point? I mean, come on.
That is generally the advantage of using a rapier. You have a point that is far away from you.
Ben may have taken a hard strike. Perhaps. He is pacing back and forth.
Brothers currently coping. Potentially seething.
Smiling, though. Seems to be okay.
It didn't seem like that cut was that bad, though.
Listen, I don't like to victim blame here. But
if you do, I will throw you out of this commentation ring.
I'm not going to be here for very long, guys. It looks like
Bro
the
needs a
blow
tougher
may
chin.
have just gone right under his mask. So just an unlucky shot.
Is he
Probably
wearing
caused
a
the pain.
gorget?
I
It's
hope so.
required, so if he doesn't have it on, that is his fault, unfortunately. But
Yikes. Neck protection is very important, folks. Oh, going for the bind.
okay, probably. Oh, false edge cut to head, perhaps.
That flush was crazy.
Looked like it would have sheared off the back of his skull.
Emergency haircut. Average cut from from Super Clips.
With the
What a zinger.
hold me.
Getting back to it here.
All right, Ben's getting desperate, bringing
Ben
his
actually
point
has his
forward.
It actually worked. I think Cody
And
actually ran
look
into
at
that.
Yeah.
Ben Hosek at 3 points.
Never mind.
Cody Shepard at 1.
Believe it or not, when you
That might
stick
have been all
out the
Cody's.
point, your opponent will run into it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Especially when it's the first time you've brought your point forward.
Dude, rapier works, dude. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Ben remembering how to use a
The most
sword.
budget Posada sword I've
that's
ever
a boop.
seen.
That's another boop.
All right. Oh, what's the call on that?
Cut to head. That is a boop to head.
Score is now 5-2 in favor of Ben
Okay.
Hosek.
All right, it's looking good. It's looking good. Both points are forward. It went back up. It's going back up. It's going back up.
It's going
Why
back
did
up.
you-
It's going back up.
Why did you bring your sword down, sir?
Why'd you bring it back up? It was working so well.
Okay, he still won. He still won, bro. It's not a mistake if you win, bro. It ain't a mistake if you
Bro
win.
got so close to whiffing. All because he brought that point up.
A point needs to be down to threaten your opponent, folks. If you bring it up towards your face, it can do nothing to protect you.
What's odd is that he's throwing a lot of because
Bruh.
because he brought that point up.
But he usually has to bring it all the way down to
Point
his knee.
needs
It takes
to be
like
down to
97
threaten your-
tempos. We got the Battle of the Blues here. Okay, thrust into Shannon from Cody.
Cody still in red. Shannon now white.
At least Cody has red shoes, so this makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah? Does it?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold me.
Follow the yellow brick road, Cody.
All right, we got points in line here. Oh, Shannon landed there.
That looked like a passe thrust from Shannon. Don't think it landed.
I feel like the major error in that exchange was the charge. Shannon was really going all in on that 500-meter dash to get that thrust in.
But I think Cody came away with the point.
So true, bestie. So true.
Looks like Elliot and Cody are discussing a behind the back shot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
Folks, my day has been made.
Currently, the score is Shannon
Cut
0,
to the head.
Cody
Ooh,
Shepard
that
2.
was Direct cut to the head, man.
Oh, it might have hit her hand too. Oh, dude. That will not
Ooh.
feel good.
The worst thing that can happen, folks, is you get a really hard hit to the thumb or to the fingers.
That does suck. It is only better than spontaneously exploding during a match.
What? What?
I would assume exploding during a match would be worse than getting hit in the thumb. Low key,
I
that's
get
just me, bro. That's just me.
I get. Okay.
We got, okay. Shannon's trying to get a good. Okay. Looks like an arm wrap into a head cut from Cody. Nothing from Shannon.
I'm starting to get deja vu.
Shannon's blade was on his torso, but I didn't see a cutting action. So I don't believe she'll get a point for that.
Low key, that may have hit, but.
Low key, that may have hit.
Shut the.
No, he pulled it. It's all good.
I'm taking the other thumb with me.
Anyway, Cody Shepard is leading the match with 4 points, and Shannon currently hasn't scored anything.
Shepard. Cut to the head from Cody again.
Cut to torso? I saw that as torso.
I definitely, I mean, it sounded like head.
Sounded like it.
It did a little cool noise. I don't know if you
Maybe
heard
the torso was an afterblow then.
But of course.
What was that? What was that? Shannon just ran in with her sword, like just attacking nothing. Cody didn't even have to move. He just grabbed it from neutral.
Just swatted it away.
You see that?
Grab from neutral is crazy.
I think it's
Shannon,
safe to say
I think
Shannon is
tired.
getting
Yeah, Shannon's just
tired, folks.
But like,
Shannon's been tired.
imagine fleshing with no movement of the blade. It's just vibing out there.
And it seems like Shannon feels like there's no other option. Shannon seems to be very consistently going in for that charge.
Half sword thrust.
Yeah,
I don't
Cody
think Shannon
got
had
it.
enough energy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Cody got it
That was a sick
before
touch.
Shannon did.
Shannon's
And
all out.
match Cody, I believe.
Match Cody.
7-0.
Cody won the match of the Blues.
That's a rough match. Go get hydrated, Shannon.
Stamina victory. Definitely.
Get some of that energy back. Stay hydrated, folks.
Shannon does have asthma as well, so that will definitely not help.
That would be rough.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Not being able to breathe sucks.
I need to rip ass pretty bad, but out of respect for my other commentators, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, go in the other room.
Please
I'm gonna hold it in.
excuse yourself, sir.
My friend, why did I need to know that?
I'm giving you a warning. I wanted you to know how nice I am. by holding this in.
TMI. Wow, that sounds like you're being very performative. You're not actually being nice, but you want us to know how nice you are.
I am only nice performatively. We got Christopher Suhu versus Byron.
That, it is Christopher Suhu versus
Christopher
Ben
does
Hossa.
this really cool thing where he lunges and doesn't extend his arm until his foot touches the ground.
Ooh, no, sword first. That is the first thing that gets drilled into your head when you learn rapier.
It does
sword
make him very,
first.
very suspect when it comes to counter times, but his opponents, if they're expecting the blade to arrive sooner, they'll parry early. So sometimes Christopher will get a shot to the other side without even disengaging.
Seems
And
like a
against
very
this opponent, I think it's
risky
actually going to be good
tactic.
because his point is not always in line. So I think Christopher...
Not always?
It's not in line.
It's point is not in line.
Point is near Saturn.
Oh.
Not in our orbit.
Pointing to the heavens.
Sword is pointing
Cut to the
whatever
head.
planet's in retrograde right now.
Is Pluto in retrograde right now?
Christopher Soho with 1 point. Ben Hossick with 2.
Is Ben holding his sword? Is he a Tibble fencer? What is this? Tibble fencers are not looking great right now. I'm sorry. That was me.
Ooh, moving out of frame here.
Yeah.
Not getting
Really?
great shot there.
Andy, that's where you draw the line? Tybalt fencers aren't looking great right now is the line.
I don't want it to seem like I'm just dissing Ben. Okay? Okay, we got another angle here.
Tybalt bad.
Ben in red.
But like, I guess Tibble fencers just hate
Christopher
having
in
their
white.
point in line. I guess it's just all of them are like this, huh?
Ooh, fainting. A lot of fainting, a lot of probing action
Okay,
here.
we're getting, the distance is getting closer and closer. How did that not hit? Christopher's lunge goes like 2 inches forward. He needs to lunge
What?
a little bit more. He would have got that for sure.
What was that? What happened?
Some blade stuff happened. It looks like.
Some
I
blade
think
stuff.
That was
That looked like some blade stuff.
cut to head, maybe? Not sure.
Who knows?
Dude, you can see my face in this cam?
Yes, we are all here.
Yep.
Dude. Oh, cut to the
Ooh.
leg. Afterblow. That still gives him 1 point. It doesn't matter if you get afterblowed or not.
Just like Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, we are all here. Really?
What does that mean, Ronan?
It was the tagline for whatever. Whatever. No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, it's
They
not.
suck.
You're
Not
stupid.
seeing what the call there was.
Me either.
Thrust
Me
to
neither.
torso
I didn't see
from
anything.
Someone? Not finished? Finished?
I think they'll deliberate it
over?
themselves.
Tie.
They forgot to pause the clock when the last match ended. There was 3 seconds left.
Ooh, that's a tie, folks. And I think they went slightly over time.
It looks like the time they forgot to pause it.
Oh, they forgot to pause it. Gotcha.
So that match lasted a lot shorter than it was supposed to. Looks like.
There should be 3 seconds left, so they can do one more exchange.
There should have been time enough for one more exchange, but clock ran out.
They're not asking for me, are they? No, they're not.
You might want to pay a little bit more attention.
The table just wanted to see somebody who's got his point in line.
That's me watching that fencing, bro, low key. No offense.
Dude. It's kind of fun to watch, though.
That was actually pretty cool.
It was pretty cool.
Despite everything I say,
Questionable,
all
but cool.
fencers are good.
All,
I hate
all of them.
all of them. Even the bad ones.
But they're all trying. They all showed up. That should count for something.
It
Yeah.
does. It counts for everything.
You know, it takes a lot of courage to come out here and actually compete in a tournament.
Yeah, we don't got keyboard warriors here.
It also takes a lot of courage to fence rapier with your point up.
That is true. That is your only line of defense, and it's a move. It's a move, certainly.
Again, my fault. I don't.
Dude, just be Nova and be giga tall and point your point to the judges. Not even towards your opponent at all.
Do not be a buffalo, folks.
We got Ryan Renfro versus man that looks like Eric.
I feel like we should not be saying anything about fencing more like Nova.
I believe this is
True.
ring number 4 that we're seeing here. Who are her?
Who's the so Ryan Renfro is the one with the cross on his jacket. The other fencer I do not know.
Yeah, I'm not
Actually,
seeing.
you know what? I take it back. I want to see a Superman punch at some point during this tournament.
That'd be pretty cool, Loki.
It was cool last time.
So that's Ryan in red. He's got the red armband facing away from the camera. It's sort of difficult to see. And
Oh,
Jay.
shit. I might be coming up soon. See you guys later.
Later.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Finally. Anyway, we got more fencing going on. Not currently. People are just standing around, but I assume at some point people will be fencing.
I believe one of the judges was deliberating with a table. All right. Back now. Ooh, interesting. That looked like that first lunge connected. But there was an afterblow, an after lunge.
It looks like, oh,
It looks like they're calling point red.
okay. Yep. You're right. Current score, Jay Trojan in white has 4 points. Ryan Renfro in red has 2.
Ooh, win in for that lunge. Love to see it when fencers commit.
Commitment is rare nowadays. You know that was funny. That was peak. Don't even. Speaking of peak, that overhead thrust. He knew it was coming.
He did defend it, but doesn't look like it was enough.
Oh, blow after blow. Okay.
Point red?
As much as I love Jay's fantastic defensive action, that was blow after blow. Not in his favor. Current score is 5-3 in favor of Jay, though.
Ryan trying to find some blade contact.
Ryan is pretty quick on his feet. Those quick jabbing lunges, I don't think are going to hit him very easily.
Passe thrust to torso? No.
Double.
Calling it as a double. Loving the embroidery on that fencing jacket.
Oh, yeah. I think it's new. Like, very new.
Love to see heraldry.
Oh, yeah. Very nice.
Oop. And that's a nice clean thrust to torso.
Now, I did say that those jabbing lunges wouldn't work, but when you secure a bind to the middle and get in nice and close, situation changes. That is
Judges.
match J.
Match J, all right. All right, we're swapping back over to pool 3 here. Ooh, cut to leg.
Ooh. Ooh. That looked like it hurt.
White fencer cut to leg of red fencer. We'll get the names up here in a minute. Oop, thrust to torso. Who have we got here? Matthew Lawrence, white fencer, and Oliver, red fencer.
Current score is 6-6. Match point on both sides.
It's going to be close, folks.
Looks like the match is going to Matthew Lawrence.
Match for Matthew. All right, we're swapping out here.
All right. While we're waiting, are you looking for your next favorite sword? Check out Siggy Forge, proud sponsor of Wine Country Sword Crush 4. From high-performance feathers to elegant rapiers and arming swords, Siggy Forge is known for producing some of the most trusted and admired blades in the HEMA community. Built to perform, built to last. Visit SiggyForge.com to browse their full lineup, because your next tournament deserves a sword worthy of the fight.
I can attest, I have been eyeing a Siggy blade for a long time now. They are quite gorgeous.
I have owned a Siggy for the last 4 or 5 years. Hasn't broken. I'm competing with it tomorrow.
Wow, all right. That is a vote of confidence here from Ronan.
I'm incredibly confident about Siggy. I will shill Siggy for free any day.
And I believe they're a Ukrainian company, are they not?
No, Slovakian.
Slovakian.
All right.
Got Matthew
got-
here again.
That's right. We've got Matthew Lawrence and Clint O'Brien.
Clint in red.
More like Clint in gold. Look at that gilding.
I do like that on all
I
the
do
armor.
like it.
It's a nice touch.
On video, it kind of comes off as like a muted, like green. It really does not do it justice.
It's almost a brassy hue. It's quite nice.
That looks like a double.
I did see. Clint's thrust looked a little deeper than Matthew's, but I think it might still be called as a double. Cut to leg? No, okay, that was a circular parry, and it brought it into his leg.
Why the call, though?
Unintentional. Ooh. Don't see that very often.
You don't.
Well, it's the technique where you, oh gosh, I've forgotten it. I think it's French, where you lunge in and you step to the outside. You end up basically with your back facing your opponent.
I couldn't tell you. I'm
Thrust
not a
torso?
rapier person. Mostly. That looks like another double to me. One more double, and that's a double out.
I just love throwing each other on each other's blades.
New favorite pastime.
Practically leapt into it.
Besides the doubles,
Thirsty
current score
for death.
is 4-2 in favor of Matthew Lawrence.
Ooh, I don't think Matthew was able to swat that away. I think that may have connected.
It doesn't look like the judges are entirely confident on it, though.
Red cut to
Red
head.
cut head?
I did not see that. Must have been at the wrong angle here. White cut with afterblow, I think is what I heard. No, red cut
Current
to head.
score is 5-2.
Interesting.
5-3 now.
Thrust to torso. Ooh, who got it? Ooh, wow, there is a severe bend in Matthew's blade there.
Oh, yeah. He's got to correct that set. But it doesn't matter because he won.
Match white.
Match white. Wow.
Oh, that's the sparkle button. See, you shouldn't have shown me that.
Mm-hmm. That is the sparkle button. I love my sparkle button. Let me open my granola bar.
I guess we're segueing into the ASMR portion.
Oh yeah, it's ASMR time. It's ASMR time.
The next pool is getting ready.
Especially while our fencers sit around and do nothing.
We have two other pools. Make that three other pools going on in the background. We're very sorry we can't show them to you.
We're not sorry at all. In fact, we're glad. You want to see those polls? Do you really want to see those polls? Subscribe to our Patreon so that you can see any and all of the matches. We're recording all of them. You can see any of them at any time. Or don't, I guess. Be a loser. That's fine. No, but seriously, subscribe. We need the money.
Yes, please subscribe. It will allow us to buy more cameras.
I'm so poor.
Oh,
Sorry. We're so poor. Yeah, back to fencing.
Red's armband is slowly peeling off. Oh, that was a good thrust from red to white.
Why are we whispering, Ted? Because we can. Well, fine.
All right, all right. No more
Ted has
whispering.
shut down the ASMR section of the show.
We apologize for anyone who was really enjoying that.
I guess fun is banned nowadays, but fencing is not.
Good use of the offhand there. I saw the thrust from red connect.
I saw it just barely connect. I'm not sure if it's worth calling, honestly.
Got to get a new armband there. It's not staying put.
Uncooperative.
Hoping to get some names up here in a minute.
All right. This is Reed Peck Chris with 1 point and Clint O'Brien with 2. Clint is in red.
Yes, Clint is red. You read my mind.
See, a lot of these exchanges between these two fencers are happening from this mid-range almost exclusively.
They could very easily lunge in, even extend in, but neither are taking it.
I think they're both fearing a riposte. Though, I would argue that this fear is most likely unfounded.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have not seen a lot of very good parry ripostes this tournament thus far.
I have not seen a lot of excellent parries. I've seen some very good offensive actions.
Hanging
Not
out
a
in
lot
that-
of great parries.
Hanging out in that mid-range again. Well within each other's distance and not taking advantage of it. Looked like maybe a cut.
Potentially, we'll see what the judges have to say. Current score is 1-6 in favor of Clint.
Match red.
Match red.
Looks like Clint swapping colors there. Mow wow.
Yawn. Now we got to take another leave of rest.
Well, Clint needs his minute. Got to catch his breath.
Oh, no, it would seem like Clint has denied his break.
Wow. All right, going right for it.
You know, honestly, I would do the same. It's almost better to already be a little bit warm, at least in my opinion.
That's true. If you've got your adrenaline up and you're ready, raring to go, it's better if you capitalize on it.
All right. This match is Reed Peck Chris versus Oliver Olick.
Looks like a hit to the torso from one of them and a cut to arm from the other. good reaction times. I didn't see anything there.
Me, neither.
Thrust to arm?
Maybe.
Thrust to torso.
Thrust? Current score is 2-1.
Remind me, Ronan, what is the stomp called?
An appel.
An appel. Gotcha. That is occasionally a move that fencers will do where they stomp their forward foot against the ground to sort of freak their opponent out.
Yes.
It's almost like
in
a feint.
essence. It is a feint, I would argue.
Sometimes it'll work against especially twitchy fencers.
Trying to feign that step forward can get people to react a little bit too early.
Point to red, but I can't tell what for.
Current score is 4-2.
That looked like a good thrust to me.
It would seem that the judges agree. White fencer scores a nice clean thrust down the line. Only to be called no exchange.
No exchange. Ugh. Both moved in at the same time. One for the head, one for the torso. Point white cut to the head, I believe was the call.
At some point, the director said the word double, but he kept talking after that.
I saw a thrust and an afterblow cut.
Potentially.
It's entirely possible.
I believe I saw the same thing. But once more, it's all up to the judges.
Got some good probing actions leading to thrusts, some cuts. Possible hit? I didn't
see anything. Yep. Read my mind.
I heard a cut to arm.
That looks like cut to arm from red to white. Current score is 5-3. Maybe in a second 4 if the judges determine it so.
That's 5 points for Reed and 4. Looks like the judges ruled in favor of red, but that is still match Reed.
White. Yep.
Reed, not red. Apologies. Oliver going in again. Still in red. Waiting for the table.
All right. We've got Clint O'Brien and Oliver Olick.
With an old-fashioned salute.
Definitely comes off as somebody who's at least had some sport experience.
Oliver getting down real low there and going in for a thrust, but receiving one in return. Was it a double or was that? Oh, all right.
That
Thrust red.
thrust red. That brings Oliver up to 4 points, leaving Clint O'Brien with 0.
Saw a thrust there, but it did not connect. Ooh!
Oh!
They just ran right into each other's blades.
If that doesn't get called a double. I'm not sure what the call was. Was it double?
I did see one of the judges say double.
Okay. You saw them say double?
Well, yeah, they have hand motions. That's the whole point of the hand motions.
That is true.
If you can't hear them, you see them.
I didn't see the hand motion. I'm blind.
Ooh. Cut torso red? Or was that
Cut
a thrust?
torso red. Just another reminder, cut to torso does not score, but it does end the exchange. Current score, Clint O'Brien 2.
Again,
Oliver
another
Owens, 6.
double.
Oh,
They both go in for the stab at the exact same time.
that might be double number 3. Is it?
It might be double number 2.
Seems like
Yes.
it's double number 2, yes.
Be careful, gentlemen. Gotta close out those lines before you attack. Oh, that was point white, I think. I saw a nice thrust there.
Oh, yeah. But it doesn't matter because it is match red.
Ah, did we run out of time?
Mm-hmm.
Just a reminder, there is a time limit per match.
How long is that time limit? Do we know?
Typically 90 seconds.
A minute and 30 seconds, yes.
90 seconds. Gotcha. Of course, that
So,
pauses.
so yes, 90 seconds.
Of course, that pauses whenever hold is called.
All right, now we've got Matthew Lawrence and Reed Peck Chris.
Read in red. Cut to leg, I think. Point red.
Yep,
Yes.
that looks to be the call.
1 point red. Ooh, that was beautiful. Fix your blade, my friend.
That was definitely thrust to deep target from white to yep. There's the call. Red fencer did land a cut to chest, but again, it doesn't really mean much.
I did see another cut in there, but looks like white fencer landed a cut to leg.
Now, if it were me, I'd probably call that a double. Wasn't there a cut to head in there somewhere?
It might have been,
Simultaneous?
yeah, not sure. Couldn't see it very well. Ooh, okay, ended with a thrust.
Current score is 3-1, about to change after this call.
Matthew, you have got to swap your blade out. It is taking a real hard bend. It's set, as they say.
3-1. In favor of Matthew Lawrence. Lots of probing. Taking it a little bit more carefully. ending in what seems to be an inconclusive bind.
I didn't see much there.
No, but it seems like the judges are eager to derive a point from that exchange, no matter what.
No exchange? No exchange.
No exchange,
Good
as
call.
it should be. Good call.
Matthew quite good at closing out those lines.
That he is. And because of this, he scores another deep thrust, bringing him up to 5 points. His opponent, Reed in red, only at 1.
Reed trying desperately, it seems, to get around that control of the center line. But it seems like he did get a cut to the leg. Oh, yep, see, they're noticing the bend.
That set is pretty deep.
All right,
But it
and I
looks
think
like
that's match Matthew.
Yep, that's match white. Matthew Lawrence.
Although, Reed, I am really digging your little loop earring there. It's a nice touch.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate the accessories.
Gotta have them.
All right, we're swinging over here to ring number 4, very briefly. Loving those leggings.
Now we're nearing the end of pools. According to Ted, there's only a couple matches left. All right, we've got either Carrie or Kari Baker and Ross Walton. Ross is in red.
And
Current
Ross-
score is 1-0.
Ross just delivered a nice little firm boop to the head. Yep, they're ruling it cut to head.
Oh, apparently not.
No?
Now it is 1-2.
Exactly, Ross scored a cut there.
Cut to head is 1 point, yeah?
I'm not sure with this rule set.
Really? Maybe. I don't know.
In that last exchange, it looked like Carrie did not deflect a thrust to torso, but I'm not sure. Point Carrie. Perhaps the thrust to torso was passe.
It doesn't seem like Red Fencer is very pleased with either the match or the judging.
Well, that was definitely a thrust to, deep thrust to torso.
Hard to miss. Ross Walton is currently in the lead with 4 points to his opponent's 2.
Yeah, iffy. Judges are calling that iffy. Continue fencing. I heard Carrie's cut first. Before Ross. I think that was far enough apart. No, they're calling it double.
Current score 3-4 in favor of Ross Walton in red.
Whoop. That was an interesting bind. I didn't see a lot there.
Me neither. I'm not sure there was something there.
I think both of the thrusts were passe. Both going for a dagger-like stab and not landing it.
It looks like they're giving that point to White. Current score is 4-4.
Did Carrie land that?
Well, that's up to the judges, and it would seem like they certainly think so.
Is Carrie self-calling? Oh, she's clarifying maybe it was a staple. Staple to head. Stapling is when you throw your hand up in front of the blade, but it continues forward anyway. So it stabs your hand and would have stabbed through your hand to either a body part or your head had the blade been sharp. Ooh, that was a good thrust. Calling it a double?
Call the double. I'm not sure about that call.
I did see a simultaneous cut from Carrie, but I
Okay.
wasn't.
I don't think
wasn't
I saw
good.
that.
No, it wasn't as good as the thrust that Ross gave.
Current score is 6-4 in favor of Carrie Baker. Kari? One of them. That looks to be the final point for Kari Baker.
Yeah, it looks like Kari swept it to the side and managed to go in for the stab.
You are right. That is match white. Up next is Ivor Leventhal versus Andy Huang.
Looks like we've got some fun stuff going on in ring one.
Don't get distracted. It's Andy time. I am expecting a lot of cuts to the leg from Andy, as per usual.
Andy, just out of frame. In red. Showing that little bit of the forbidden zone in the thigh again. What, you don't know that reference?
No.
Ah, there was that cut to leg.
There's the cut to leg. First exchange. Told you.
I did not doubt it.
No, I know you knew it. You understand.
Ooh, that was a good thrust to torso. Point red.
Point red. If I'm correct, the current score should be 0 to red in favor, 0 to 3 in favor of red.
I was about to say.
0 to red.
Cut to leg? Cut to leg from white. Using Andy's own moves against him.
Diabolical.
I saw a thrust to head there.
That was called as cut to body. No exchange.
Got deflected. All right.
Current score is 1 to 3 in favor of Andy Huang. Now, Andy might find trouble with pulling his blade back right before he fails a thrust. Fails intentionally.
I believe that was a cut torso there. No. No points. Fascinating.
I didn't
saw
see
that.
anything there.
I saw a cut land. Interesting. There may have been a.
Score is still 1-3.
Oh. You can always tell when there's a double, folks. Even the fencers know it. Another cut to leg.
My eyes lost function there for a second. What happened?
I think that was a cut to leg from Andy, but also a cut to head.
Well, either way, it was called as a double.
That makes sense. Failed thrust there, and again, cut to leg.
Wow.
Another double.
Poor guy. Poor guy.
Are they doubling out? It looks like it.
Poor guy.
He was winning, too.
Poor two guys. Poor Ivor, poor Andy. That's too bad. You hate to see it.
And we are swapping over to ring 1, I believe. A lot of cuts there.
A lot of cuts. I feel like we're seeing more and more thrusts as the day goes on.
It does, I feel, take significantly less energy to thrust than to cut.
Yes, I would tend to concur. Or at least it takes a different kind of energy. It takes energy from somewhere else. I feel like my thrust energy comes from my core and my legs, not my arms.
Yes, yes. I feel very much that you can use your legs, your core, in order to align your body and use the rest of your body and pour it into the thrust, versus a cut is very much swinging from the shoulder, from the elbow. Hence why thrusts are usually better.
Hot take. All right, this is the last match of pools, according to Ted. He could be wrong. It's entirely possible.
I'm seeing a
But
pretty sweet cape in the
don't believe him
background
for now.
Who is that? Michael French there, and
Michael French and Chandler Ryder in red.
oh, that's a much better angle. Okay, pretty good defense. Good thrust, though.
I feel like...
Ruling that as a double, I think they simultaneously thrusted.
Oh, that's too bad. Let's hope we don't see another double out.
Interesting refusal guard there.
Nabenhut. Love that one.
Good parries.
Oh, yeah. Michael French is pretty good with his defensive work, I gotta say.
Cut to leg from Michael
I think that's the call.
to Chandler, so it's that would be point Michael. Sorry, the scores aren't showing quite yet. Haven't gotten them from the table.
You know what? I'm not entirely certain there are scores yet.
Ooh, that was a good circular. What would that be? A circular parry?
I wasn't looking.
Good move from Michael there.
I was watching the scoreboard. what really matters.
Circular transport. I think it's called a transport.
Yeah,
It sounds right.
definitely. I know about this.
Haven't studied a lot of Spanish destreza, mostly Italian. So forgive me if my terminology is a little rusty.
If I had to guess, I'd say that both of these people are not French, Italian tradition. Maybe Michael French is French tradition. Ooh, that's definitely cut to head.
Oh, I'm seeing that as a cut to leg. Point Michael.
All right. Current scorecard is 2-0 in favor of Michael French.
Oh, but that's point red.
All right, we've only got 6 seconds left on the clock. Tied 2-2. This last exchange will determine the match. Ooh,
Not sure what happened there. That was a very messy exchange.
not a good determining match.
Cut to head? Looks like that
Not match, exchange.
point
My fault.
red cut to head. I think that's what's being called. Match red. Just barely eking it out of there.
All right, that is the last of the pool. We're now going to cut away to some pool highlights while we take a break. Maybe I take a sip of something warm to clear my throat. I'm a little raspy at this point. How you feeling?
I can't hear it, but I would love some tea.
Okay.
Tea sounds wonderful.
Okay, let's go get some tea. All right, bye-bye.
Be back soon, folks.
Hello, folks. We're back. We didn't know that we were going to be starting the finals quite so quickly.
Yeah, they moved into that really fast, Ronan.
Oh, yeah. We have no time to waste. Whew.
No time for tea. It's still brewing.
No time for tea.
It looks like we've got Alec here, Honey Badger, in red.
That is right. And in blue, sorry, in white, we've got Jason Smith. Very snazzy looking, I do gotta say.
Loving the patterning on his jacket and
His rapier.
yeah.
Oh, nice cut.
Point red.
All right.
Ooh, trying to run in there.
Now it looks like Alec got that cut in. But
Not a good strategy on the part of Jason there.
no, the rush was probably not the right move, especially against somebody like Alec, who's used to be, man, who's used to fighting really close up like this. For obvious reasons.
Judges are deliberating. Not seeing a point called there.
Me, neither. Current score is still 0-1 in favor of Alec Villanueva.
Oh.
Not anymore, though.
That was an excellent lunge.
It really was.
Fully committed.
I would be cheering if it wasn't against somebody from my home school. Score is now 2-1 in favor of Jason Smith.
Looks like the judges want to, well, no, I think they're going to wash the exchange.
I agree. There was nothing going on there. Misa don't think so.
Trying again for the thrust ahead. Did it connect? Trying for a beat there. Ooh,
Ooh.
I think that was a cut. Yep.
I certainly heard it. All right.
After a couple of deflection, that was definitely a cut to head.
Current score is 3-2 in favor of Jason Smith. Oh, never mind. That's match white.
Now, does that mean that Alec is out of the semifinals?
Yep.
Darn. He was so close there.
So close.
He's an excellent fencer, and I always like to see it when he wins
All right.
using his technique. All right. We're swapping to Sawyer and
Kieran.
Kieran. This is in ring 4.
Mm-hmm. Or should I say Kieran and Sawyer. Sawyer is in red.
Judges deliberating here.
All right, first point goes to Kieran.
I saw a cut from Sawyer.
Now, I'm not certain about this, but I could have sworn For a moment there, I saw Kieran land a touch with the point.
Unclear what the call was there.
Unclear. That call was pretty clear. It looks like, if they're willing to take it, that cut to the back of the head was from Sawyer to Kieran. Should be 1 point. Sawyer Fresky is receiving a warning for a strike to the back of the head, though he did immediately apologize.
Hold is being called. Not sure why. Table's calling the judges over.
Table complications. Nick Kempen says, "A sack represent." I'm a little late on that, but thank you.
It seemed like a pretty successful thrust. But, wait, cut ahead? No. Thrust red.
Thrust
head.
red.
Yes, okay, that is what I saw.
Now that was pretty clean.
The match now leaning heavily in favor of Sawyer.
Current score is 1-5.
Thrust to arm? Staple. No. Neither of the judges saw it.
Judges thought they may have saw something. Looks like Sawyer waved it off.
I think Sawyer may have thought he got a thrust to arm, but the judges didn't see it. Not sure about this one, though. White cut to head? Yes, that looks like the call.
All right. If my memory serves me correctly, that's 3-5 in favor of Sawyer.
Passe thrust to
Through the hilt.
arm?
Any point made through the hilt is considered void. Current score is 2-5.
So the enemies
That
are
looked like
picking
a
them
pretty
apart.
clean
I'm a
thrust.
young boss, got me
Good
feeling
way
like a
to end the match, if this is end match. Nope, still got it. Nope.
That's match red.
Once again, visited by the Rainbow Nylon Cat. Ooh, wow. That was a little close to our camera equipment.
A little, cutting it a little close.
All right, we're cutting over to ring 1, I believe.
All right.
Kai versus
Yi Chen.
Yi Chen in red. Getting some good lunges in there. Oh, pretty cautious, though. Both fencers very willing to retreat.
Yi Chen landing a very accurate cut to the not cut, a thrust to the upper. Oh my God.
Upper opening.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Our current score is 2-0 in favor of Kai Ava.
Lots of disengaging. Ooh, I did see a thrust to torso from Kai.
Now, both of these fencers are very technical and very, very skilled.
Simultaneous cut to leg and cut to head.
Looks like a double to me.
Thrust red. Ooh, was it a staple? Think they're giving the point to Yi Chen?
I believe so. Current score is 4-0. 4-1. Sorry. In favor of Kai Eva.
Ooh, I saw a thrust to arm. Yep. Ooh, Kai trying to commit to the thrust, but then getting a cut to the head. Judges deliberating. We will see what they rule.
That was a little bit of a confusing exchange for me.
Wasn't terribly clean, I agree.
Current score is 5-1.
Sounds like they're giving that point to red with an afterblow.
Red with afterball. Bringing the score from 5-1 to 5-2. That is cut to head from white to red.
Do we have any time left in the... Nope, nope. Calling it. Match for Kai. Kai giving a sigh of relief there.
All right. Moving over to ring 3.
Oh, just in time for a beautiful thrust.
Now, the current score for this match is 6-2, and it looks like it's no longer 6-2. Sorry, I was seeing the scores late. Either way, that is a win for Matthew.
Wait for him to populate the semifinals brackets.
We are now moving into the semifinals.
We just viewed the quarterfinals.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the matchups will be. Swapping over to ring 1. Ben versus, who is that, Ronan?
Jay Trojan.
Gotcha. I think Ben just scored a pretty nice thrust. And there's another one.
Now, current score is 3-5 in favor of Jay Trojan.
We still have fight on, but we might have a little bit of a break here. Let's see. I messed up the table.
Jay with the red armband, I believe. Was that a double?
It seemed like it doesn't matter.
Washing the exchange.
They're in negative time.
Ooh, I saw a bend there from Ben. Looks like his thrust connected. Not sure about Jay, though.
Now that seems to be... Oh. I can't tell what's going on. I feel like this is just an extended conversation with the table. So we're cutting away. We're cutting to something more intriguing. We've got Jason Smith versus Sawyer Fresky. First point goes to Jason Smith.
Looks like in the last ring, the point may have gone to Jay. Which I think means it's match Jay. But to the fight at hand.
Sawyer Fresky lands a thrust to chest, scoring him 2 points.
Cut to leg.
Cut to leg, scores him another point, bringing our scorecard to 1-3.
Lovely deep thrust there. But the judges are calling it a double.
Sawyer self-called.
Oh, Sawyer self-called. All right. You love to see it. Fencers being honorable and accountable.
This is the semifinals match.
Looks like Sawyer refused that leg cut and managed to land a thrust. Are they
All
calling
right.
it no point?
That was no exchange.
So that was a thrust from the white fencer first, prior to the thrust from Sawyer.
If I'm reading Sawyer's body language correctly, it doesn't seem like he's entirely all in on that point.
Is that being ruled blow after blow? Unclear.
No. Current score is 1-5 in favor of Sawyer Fresky. White lands a thrust to face, bringing him up to 3 against his opponent's 5.
Thrust to face?
Judge is throwing out that exchange.
All right.
For
White
one
put-
reason or another.
Jason self-called, but the judges did not agree. Some cautious probing. Leading into a messy exchange there.
That looked like nothing to me.
Blow to the back of the head, maybe? Ooh, judges giving a warning.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Assuming Sawyer doesn't do it again, should be fine. Should be fine. But back of head is off target, so that will not be a scoring action.
Ooh, that was a double. They collided.
That's a double.
This is semifinals.
Now, if I'm correct, one cannot double out in semifinals.
Jason correcting his blade there.
Jason now needs his blade corrected after it is taken a nasty set.
And they're ready to go again.
Sawyer lunging a little bit too short, but making it up with a cut to the leg.
I did hear it.
I played around with the semifinals. I don't know.
Score should now be 3-6.
In favor of Sawyer. Ooh, that was a thrust to torso with a cut to head?
Now, I didn't see the thrust land because there was a monitor in the way, but I did hear that cut to head.
Was
Hard
it
to miss.
flat? It looked-
And that is match red.
Looks like they gave the point to Sawyer.
All right. Now that's the semifinals done, I believe. We are moving on to the third place match.
This is still semifinals. We're still in semifinals.
Sorry, we're still in semifinals. I lied.
Semifinals between Kai and Jay. Jay in red. I think that was maybe a cut to arm? No, cut to leg.
Current score is 0-4. Now 1-4 in favor of Jay Trojan.
We've got a judge sort of blocking the view there, but Looks like a cut to the head. And the afterblow was parried. So that's a good exchange for Kai there.
Oh. An expedient exchange. Very pretty. Current score is 2-4 in favor of Jay Trojan.
A little cinnamon, a little chocolate.
Oh. Robin has shared with me a little sip of tea, and I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Most people are unfamiliar with rooibos tea. It's a little cinnamony.
Leaf water. First long lunge doesn't get it anywhere.
I think it's just because it's pointed at the ground. Everything is super tinny. Oh, it's just super.
A lot of engaging and disengaging here. Fencers being very cautious. I think that was point red that I saw thrust to Kai.
Yes. Jay lands that point on lunge number 4.
Wow, Kai really needing to step it up here.
That's match red.
Bravo.
Wow. All right.
We're now preparing for the bronze medal match.
That we are.
And I think we'll be, in the meantime, we may be clipping to some highlights from some of the semifinals matches.
If I'm correct, I believe that's what we will be doing. Now, we're not entirely sure when that bronze medal match is going to be, but considering that there was only a little time in between pools and eliminations, we're suspecting that it'll be happening pretty soon. Bye-bye.
So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Cause we are never quitting, we are never giving up. So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your city and you might get dropped. Yeah, I'm the hunter, you're the prey. You bet that I never run away. Cause I'm the one that fights through the pain. I'm the new leader, it's time for a change. What you know about living in the rain, living in the cold, hating every day, but then you still want to do it anyway. But that's not you, yeah.
Okay, we're back. Like I said, pretty soon. Finalists were just announced. Now, all we're waiting for is our finalists to get ready, get in the ring, and get to it.
Now this is the match for bronze, correct?
Yes.
It's looking like believe, Jason here. Is one of the contenders. And Kai?
Yep. Or at least they're standing next to each other.
All right. Both of the fencers getting set here.
It looks like finals are going to begin immediately.
Looks like Jason will be in red. And Kai
In white.
in white, but of course on our screen marked as blue.
Close enough.
Close enough.
It'll have to do. Could be backwards.
Could be worse. And here we go. Starting off with a beat.
An attempted thrust to hand.
Wait, call. Seems like Kai's helmet is not well secured. And this is why knights needed squires, folks. All right, and we continue.
All right. Immediately showing a little bit of aggression, but staying cautious. Another thrust to hand, followed by a riposte that doesn't quite land.
Both fencers being very cautious here. They know what is at stake. Cut to arm. No, judges not liking that. No. Yeah. Point Kai.
Point Kai.
He did, in fact, score that cut to arm. A lot of feints, a lot of disengages. Kai staying online there. I think I saw a thrust.
I'm not sure. Oh, that looks like a self-call.
Not sure what the point was there.
Me neither. I don't think there was any. A direct thrust doesn't quite make. Oh! Both fencers rush to the center.
So that's a thrust to the body.
Followed by a cut to the head. That is 1 point Kai. They've only got 4 seconds left. Only solution now is a tie. Or, of course, a victory by Kai.
Kai refusing all cuts there. Whoop.
It looks like those thrusts did land.
Were
Not
they
that it would
too
matter.
late?
Now, if there is no exchange, time is up.
Believe
That's
they're
white
calling
thrust
it.
to torso. That's guaranteed victory, white. Match white.
And that's the bronze medal to Kai.
All right. Now we've got the gold medal match between Sawyer Fresky and Jay Trojan.
Yes, Cam, you are correct. It is a very high tension fight. So we've got Sawyer and Jay here in the gold medal match.
That is right. All right, beginning now is the gold medal match between Jay Trojan and Sawyer Fresky. Jay Trojan is in blue. Sawyer Fresky is in red. Jay Trojan's in white, sorry. Blue on our screen.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Both taking a swipe at the leg. Mutually unsuccessful. Sawyer scores the first point, a thrust to chest, scoring him 2 points.
They're calling the afterblow as passe. Hold, the judges have seen a cut to leg.
That is cut to leg from white to red. Score is 1-2 in favor of Sawyer Fresky. White scores a deep lunge, potentially. The judges have come together to discuss it, but it looks like Jay scored that point.
Definitely, I could see a very deep curve there in his blade.
I didn't quite see the curve. I had a bad angle. If there was curve, that's got to be a call. That is white, deep. 3 points, Jay Trojan. 2 points, Sawyer Fresky.
And I think Sawyer landed that, knowing that he definitely needed to come back into the lead. Deep thrust to torso.
That brings Sawyer to 4 and his opponent to 3. Sawyer takes the lead.
Sawyer is remarkably good at coming back after losing a point. He knows the stakes.
Sawyer just scored a thrust to deep target, scoring him 2 more points, bringing him up to 6. His opponent 3. He needs 1 more point to win.
Jay seemed to be doing rather well at the beginning, but is starting to fall down.
Sawyer takes the win with a deep target thrust. Sawyer is our gold medalist.
And Jay taking silver.
And Jay taking silver.
That was a wonderful match, folks.
Beautiful.
Both fencers deeply respectful of each other.
Oh yeah, as they should be. all is said and done for the fencing portion of this event, at least in the rapier section, until the team relay. So now, it's time for the podium.
Looks like we've got some laurels this year. Very cool.
Oh, yeah. I believe it's a laurel every year, yeah? Yes.
Here at Sword Crush. What a cool callback. Instead of a crown, you get a laurel.
I want a laurel. Gotta get me one of those.
Oh, bringing it back into focus. There we go.
Jason Smith is in fourth. Now, they're currently describing how the prize system works. They've got a table of prizes set up already. And each individual winner will go up and choose the prize that they want. First, choosing first. Second, choosing second, and so on.
Oh, it looks like Kai in third gets to choose first. Ah, no, just being awarded first. And that is a nice look. Is he in frame? Is he out of frame? Jay crowned in second. Boy wonder indeed. Boy, that looks good against his curls.
Don't it?
Prizes first. Ooh. A Steel Rapier. Oppenheimer cup hilt.
Poppenheimer.
Oppenheimer?
Poppenheimer.
Ah.
What? I'm going to steal that from him.
He does already have quite a nice rapier.
He's got plenty. He won't miss it.
I thought you weren't into rapier.
Who said that?
You did?
No, I didn't. You're crazy. I'm the biggest rapier fan of all time.
Sawyer going for the wine bottle.
Isn't he under 21?
Yes.
Perhaps the wine bottle
So-
is for his parents.
Yeah, let's hope that that wine bottle goes to his. Yeah, there's his dad. Oh,
So cute. I love
that's
it.
adorable.
That's got to be one proud papa.
Oh, yeah. I've met him before, and trust me, he is.
I was looking around a little bit, like we could go as simple as like
Meow. Meow.
what kind of thing sounds good? I'll find it.
We'll figure that out. So there's a Mexican that's got it.
Now, I do believe that is a free ticket to next year's event.
Nice. Ooh, you could pick up a new pair of nice gloves.
Wow. I feel like that was better than Silver's.
And that is Small Sword Pete's Quality Meats.
Oh, yeah.
What a good prize. I have had it before, and boy, there's nothing like it.
Truly the one bringing home the best prize, ironically, is fourth place. Bringing home the bacon. That was Ted's joke. I love stealing jokes from people. I'm a hack.
Ooh, fix that Laurel.
We can see Sawyer is confidently aura farming.
So it sounds like we're going to be taking a short break and moving into the team relay portion.
Mm-hmm. The next stream is linked in the chat. If you want to hop over there, we are going to be doing the Team Relay Rapier event pretty soon here.
Very excited. Never seen this before in person.
I'm not sure I have either.
All right. And that is Nightingale signing off.
The Rat King signing off.
So the enemies, I'm taking them apart. I'm a young boss, got me feeling like a rock. They can never match it, they can never stop. Cause I've been really giving everything that I got. Cause I've been working on a plan and a plot. Over with the killers and we going to the top. We blowing up your